grande encontro.
Life is
Momento
rare,
único de uma
a
história
huge
que vai
encounter,
acontecer.
a unique moment in a story to come,
O futuro, o tempo,
the future,
esse
time,
tesouro que escorre entre
this
os dedos
treasure
e que
that
nos
runs
ensina
through your
a valorizar
fingers
cada instante
and that
vivido.
teaches us to value each moment
Ela nos
lived
renova,
through.
trazendo a esperança que nos motiva
And it renews
para superar
itself,
dificuldades,
bringing hope to
obstáculos
motivate us to
que
overcome
pensávamos
difficulties and
intransponíveis.
struggles and
Com
obstacles that we thought we could
incertezas,
not overcome,
o caminho para o novo,
and making uncertainty a
novo,
path to what's
o
new.
futuro,
Again,
que
the
traz
future,
esperança, alegrias,
which brings hope, joy,
salva e faz nosso
and
coração
saves us,
transbordar
making our hearts
de
overflow
amor, de
with
cuidados e
love,
carinhos infinitos que não
with
se
care,
acabam.
and infinite joy that does not
O
end.
sorriso não se apaga,
A
assim
smile
como o
cannot be
futuro
erased, just as the
também não se
future,
apaga.
it cannot be erased.
Que lindo, né, gente? Antes de me
That
apresentar, eu
was
preciso
so
agradecer
beautiful. Before I
muitíssimo a essas duas
introduce
mulheres
myself,
incríveis,
I
Maia
need to
Rocha
thank
Lujano e
these two
Daniela
women,
Siqueira Costa e Rocha,
Maya Rocha
mãe e
Lujan
filha,
and Maya
integrantes da
Siqueira
companhia Circo
Costa e
Dança,
Rocha,
criada e dirigida
the
pela
mother
coreógrafa
and daughter
Suzy Bianchi.
from
Uma
the
salva de palmas mais uma vez.
Circus
E
Dance
aproveito
Company.
para pedir uma salva de palmas também à equipe da Supernova e
A
ao
round of
Murilo
applause to
Possebon,
them
diretor
and
artístico
to the
dessa apresentação.
Supernova
Uma
team
salva de palmas a
and
todos
Murilo
eles.
Poseidon, who is in charge of this artistic presentation.
Muitíssimo obrigada, meninas. Bom, agora
Thank you so
sim,
much, girls.
ótimo dia a todos
A
vocês.
good
Ainda
day to all
emocionados e
of you.
muito convictos da força dessa
Still
luz que existe dentro de
thrilled
cada
and
de nós.
convinced
Sejam
of the power
muito
of this
bem-vindos
light
à
inside
10ª
each and every
edição
one
do
of us.
Cenário das Doenças
Be
Raras no
very
Brasil. É uma
welcome to
imensa
the
alegria
12th edition
recebê-los aqui no Teatro do WTC em São
of the
Paulo.
10th
Meu nome é
edition
Camila
of
Souza, eu
the
sou jornalista, apresentadora,
Scenario
mestre de
of Rare
cerimônias e tenho orgulho
Diseases
de
in
dizer
Brazil.
que eu acompanho essa
I
jornada
am
há
the Master of
6 anos.
Ceremonies, and
Antes
I
de
am
mais nada,
proud to
gostaria de
say
começar
I've been
fazendo minha
following this journey for
autodescrição. Eu sou
6
uma mulher
years.
branca, cabelos
Before
mornos,
anything
com
else, I
luzes
want to do
loiras na
my
altura do ombro.
self-description.
Tenho
I
40
am
anos,
a
apesar de
white
aparentar
woman,
20 e poucos. Vai, me ajuda.
blonde,
Eu estou vestindo
shoulder-length
vestido
hair.
preto
I'm
longo com a
40, although I
sandália
look
dourada, e eu tô
20-something,
em um
if you'll
cômodo
help
em
me.
frente a
I'm
telão
wearing a
que
long black
mostra a
dress
logo
with
do nosso
golden
evento.
shoes,
Aos que estão
and
na
I am
plateia
standing
e
in
aos que nos
front of a
acompanham de
screen
casa,
with a
sejam
logo of our
muito
event.
bem-vindos.
To those
Juntos
of you
nós vamos percorrer
following
hoje
here
desafios
and
políticos
online,
e
be very welcome.
estruturais.
We are going to
Discutiremos
discuss
alternativas e
political and
mais além,
structural
nós vamos
challenges,
propor
discuss
soluções.
alternatives,
Trabalho
and propose
conjunto que só
solutions.
se tornou
This is
possível
a joint
graças
work
ao
that was
apoio de
only became
muitos.
possible thanks to
Gostaríamos
the
de
support
agradecer
of
a
many.
todos que participam ativamente
Thank
dessa
you to
jornada, em
everyone who is
especial aos
actively a
nossos
part of this
apoiadores
journey, and
sociais,
especially our
Bayer,
social
Multicare,
sponsors, Bayern,
Novartis,
Multicare,
Roche,
Novartis,
Amgen,
Roche,
AstraZeneca,
Amgen,
GSK,
AstraZeneca,
Pfizer,
GSK,
Sanofi,
Pfizer,
Takeda,
Sanofi,
Biomarin,
Takeda,
Ipsen,
Biomarin,
Johnson Johnson,
Ipsen,
MSD,
Johnson& Johnson,
Teva,
MSD,
UCB,
Teva,
Alnylam,
UCB,
Azáfaros,
Alnylam,
Biogen,
Zafarus,
Bristol Myers
Biogen,
Squibb,
Bristol Myers
Boehringer
Squibb,
Ingelheim, Chiesi,
Bergen
Daiichi
Guggenheim,
Sankyo,
Yeser,
JCR,
Daiichi Sankyo,
Lundbeck, Merck,
JCR,
Novo
Nürnberg,
Nordisk,
Merck,
Orchard,
Novo Nordisk,
Pharma,
Orchard,
BTC,
Pharma,
Ultragenyx
BTC,
e Vertex.
Ultragenics, and
Agradecemos
Vertex.
ainda aos apoios de mídia da
Thank
LIC,
you also
Muitos
to the
Somos
media
Raros
support
e
of
Voz
Leak.
das Mães, e ao apoio institucional da Casa
We are
dos
many
Raros,
rare and the
ERCAL,
House of Mothers.
Febra Raras, GOV,
ERCAL, Febre
Exporta pelo
Harris,
Brasil, Sociedade
ERCOV,
Brasileira de
ESPOC
Pediatria
Chapter
e a
Brazil,
Sociedade Brasileira
the
de
Brazilian
Triagem e
Society of
Enzimnáticos do
Pediatrics, and the
Metabolismo.
Brazilian
É uma
Society
lista
of
longa, sim,
Triage
eu sei,
and
e
Innate
muito
Errors
nos
of
honra. E
Metabolism.
mais do que isso,
It is a
renova
long
o
list,
nosso
which
ânimo para trabalhos
is an
futuros.
honor to us,
Bom,
and it renews our
agradecimentos
efforts for
feitos, eu
future
gostaria de
work.
convidar o
Now
palco
that our
Antoine Daher,
thanks are given,
fundador da Casa Hunter
I
e
want to
responsável
invite
pelo
Antonio
primeiro passo
Daher
da caminhada que nos trouxe até aqui. Por favor,
on
Tony, venha ao
stage.
palco, uma
He
salva de
was the one
palmas
to
para
take the
ele.
first stage, the first step in this walk that brought us here. Antonio, please.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone.
É uma alegria imensa
It is an
estar
immense
aqui com
joy to
vocês
be
para
here
dar
with you
início a mais uma
to
edição
give start
do
to
Cenário
one
das
more
Doenças
edition
Raras no
of the
Brasil.
Scenario of Rare Diseases in
Evento
Brazil.
que desde o início
This
se
is an event
propôs
that
a ser plural,
was intended from its
inclusivo
inception to be plural, inclusive,
verdadeiramente
and
aberto à
truly open
participação de todos que
for
compõem
everyone to
essa longa e
participate
complexa cadeia
who
de atenção e cuidados
is
às
part of this
pessoas com
long
doenças
chain of
raras
attention and
e
care
seus
to people
cuidadores.
with rare diseases and their
Agradecemos a todas
caretakers.
as autoridades presentes
Thank you to all
e com
authorities here.
imenso respeito
It
e
is with
profunda
immense respect and deep gratitude
queremos
that we
reverenciar
want
aqueles que
to
fazem da
pay
dedicação
tribute to
uma
those who
missão de vida.
make dedication their
incansáveis
life's mission.
Como Fernanda, minha esposa querida,
Tirelessly,
que
like
me
Fernanda,
acompanha
my
hoje
dear
aqui
wife,
em
who
toda
is here
essa
with me
caminhada.
today and has been throughout
Profissionais
this journey.
comprometidos, como o Dr. Roberto, meu
Committed
amigo e
professionals
parceiro
like
de
Dr.
tantos anos,
Roberto,
gente
my
que não mede
friend and
hora,
partner of so
lugar
many
ou
years,
sacrifício para
people who
existir pelo
don't
outro.
pick a time and a
A
place
vocês que
to
são
be there
fonte
for
diária de
others.
energia,
To those of
coragem
you who are
e
a daily
inspiração,
source of
a nossa
energy,
mais sincera
courage,
e
and
emocionada
inspiration,
gratidão.
our most sincere
O Cenário
and
das Doenças Raras no Brasil
touched thanks.
retorna em sua 10ª edição trazendo temas
The
urgentes e
scenario in
relevantes
Brazil
como os
comes
impactos
back in
das
its 10th
decisões do
edition,
Supremo Tribunal
bringing
Federal
urgent topics
os principais
like
gargalos no
the
fluxo do
impact
atendimento
of the
aos
Federal
pacientes
Senate's
raros no sistema de
decision to
saúde
access to
e os
medication,
caminhos
to
necessários
rare
para
patients'
acolher
access to
terapias
the health
inovadoras no
system,
Brasil.
and the steps
São
necessary
temas que
to
diz
take in
respeito ao nosso
innovative
presente, mas que,
therapies
se
in Brazil.
negligenciados,
These
podem comprometer
are
profundamente
perspective to our
o futuro de
present,
milhares de
but they
pessoas.
may change the future of
Por isso, convido
thousands
todos
of people.
vocês a
That's why I
participarem
invite you
ativamente
all
dessa jornada
to
que neste
actively
ano
participate in
traz
this
tema
journey,
que é ao mesmo
which
tempo
today
uma alerta
is about a
e
topic that is
compromisso.
at once an alert
Nosso
and a
futuro
commitment.
não se apaga.
Our future cannot be
Excelente evento a
erased.
todos. Muito
An
obrigado.
excellent event to all of us. Thank you.
Parabéns, Tony.
Congratulations, Tony. The 10th edition of the scenario for rare diseases in Brazil. I think Tony is probably seeing a film of all editions. So that everyone is on the same page, the organization prepared something very special to show that film to you all. Let's take a look.
Há 10 anos, o evento Cenário das Doenças Raras se propôs a algo grandioso.
For 10 years,
Ser o espaço de
the scenario for rare diseases proposed to be a space for connecting patients, families, scientists, healthcare professionals, and public policymakers. And so the event was born. It started small, but with focus, courage, and purpose. It gained respect, admiration, and the world.
o cenário promoveu debates
The scenario promoted debates and drove real solutions, advances in Anvisa decisions for the registration of therapies for rare diseases.
criado no SUS. Diagnóstico
It
precoce
SUS approved the HEAL-PRIC test and early diagnosis that saves lives, and shortened the patient journey with partnerships and referral centers. The creation of the Casa dos Raros, built through the partnership between the Instituto Genética para Todos and Casa Hunter, is an example of that. Dignifying comprehensive care and professional training in a single place. The partnership with Fiocruz, Gemma Group, and the University of Pennsylvania has brought cutting-edge research in 6 new programs that will cheapen advanced therapies in Brazil and the world. The event also echoes the voice of the rare in the National Congress, a stage of representations where members of Febre Raras, leaderships, and stakeholders build an inclusive, efficient, and human ecosystem. When you bring research, you bring hope, and hope can save lives. This is priceless. The scenario of rare diseases is more than just an event. It is a legacy, it is inspiration, and in the next few years, it will be even more transformative. The scenario of rare diseases, 10 years connecting voices, creating solutions.
Gente, que lindo, né? E assim, com muito
Beautiful, right? And it's with that much work and dedication that so many memories were created. Congratulations to Tony, Fernanda, and everyone involved who has made it possible to be on this journey for 10 years. And you know the truth? None of this would have happened if not for the participation of each and every one of you who is watching remotely and who come from all over the country to watch us closely. So thank you to all of you who came from far away to be here with us, from Curitiba, from all over the country. Thank you to the students of the University of Brasilia, the União University Center, and the healthcare universities of the Federal District. Where are you? Oh my God, you're quiet today. Let's come back. Where are you, people from Brasilia? There we go. The same thanks goes to students of countless universities in the capital and nearby universities. Thank you to the students of Mackenzie, FEM, and USP. Where are the São Paulo people?
Ó, eu não gosto de ficar criando embate, mas a turma de
I
São Paulo
don't really
tava
like
bem animada, hein?
comparisons, but the people from
Mas,
São
ó,
Paulo were more
brincadeiras à
excited, I
parte, é
felt.
muito bom celebrar esse
Jokes
momento ao lado
aside,
de
it's a
todos
joy
vocês.
to
Uma década
celebrate this
dedicada
moment
aos
next to all of
pacientes
you.
e cuidadores
It's
de
a
todo o
decade
Brasil.
dedicated
É muito
to
importante contar
patients
também
and
com você que está aí
caretakers all over
remotamente
Brazil.
acompanhando
And
com a
it's
gente.
really
Tem gente
incredible
do
to be able
Brasil,
to
tem
count
gente
on
do
you watching
exterior,
remotely,
porque a
people from
participação
Brazil,
de
from
vocês faz com que a gente
abroad.
consiga seguir
Your
cada vez
participation
mais
makes
fortes
us
e mais
go forth
unidos para
stronger
nos
and
trazer
stronger and
muito
more
conteúdo
together than
ano
ever
após ano, que é
to
isso que a
bring you
gente vem
content
fazendo
year
há
after
10
year,
anos. Tony e
which is
Fernanda
what
aí há
we've been
10
doing
anos.
for
Eu já
10
estou no meu
years.
6º
Tony
ano,
and
mas já me
Fernanda,
sinto aqui
I'm
completamente
on
em
my
casa.
6
E eu
years,
digo
but
para
I
vocês que é um
feel
verdadeiro
very much
prazer
at home,
fazer parte
and it's
dessa
a
causa. Eu tenho
true
certeza que
pleasure
vocês
to be
também
part of this
sentem isso
cause,
na pele.
and I'm
Bom,
sure
gente,
that
eu
you
acho
feel
que a
the
equipe de
same.
apoio já encerrou aqui a
I
preparação do
think our
palco. A gente já
support
está
team
pronto
has
para dar
finished
início à
preparing the
cerimônia
stage,
de abertura,
and we
né?
are
Então, agora eu gostaria de
ready
convidar o
to
palco,
start our
antes de
opening
mais ninguém, o
ceremony.
nosso anfitrião,
So
Antônio
first of all,
Daher. Vem
I'd
para cá,
like to
por
give the
favor, Tony,
stage
mais uma
to
vez.
our host, Antoine Dar. Come up
Coitado
here
do
once
Tony, eu
again.
vou dizer para vocês
Poor
que ele não tem
Tony,
paz
I'll
comigo
tell you, he
no cenário.
has no
Peço para ele
peace
subir o
when
tempo
I'm
todo, tá?
around.
Tony vai ficar aqui
I'll
para
ask
dar
him
as
to climb
boas-vindas
up
ao
and go
senhor
back down
Adamon
a
Sois,
lot.
coordenador
And he's
geral de
going to
doenças raras do
be
Ministério da Saúde.
welcoming the coordinator of rare diseases in
A
the Ministry of
senhora
Health,
Dica Vidal, secretária
Dica
municipal da pessoa
Vidal,
com deficiência
the
em exercício da cidade de São
City
Paulo, no ato de
Secretary
poder do
of People
prefeito
with
Ricardo Nunes.
Disabilities, representing our mayor, Ricardo Nunes.
O senhor João Manuel de Barros, no ato
Mr.
representando o
João Manuel
secretário
de
de
Barros,
Estado dos
representing
Direitos da
our
Pessoa
State
com Deficiência
Secretary
de São
of
Paulo,
the
senhor
Rights
Marcos
of
Costa.
People with Disabilities, Marcos Costa.
O senhor Pedro Westphalen, deputado federal pelo Estado
Pedro
do Rio Grande do
Westphalen,
Sul.
the Federal Representative of Rio Grande do Sul.
O senhor Coronel Tadeu, deputado federal
Coronel
pelo Estado
Tadeu,
de São Paulo.
Federal Representative with the
O
state of
senhor Kim
São Paulo.
Kataguiri, deputado federal pelo
Kim
Estado de São
Kataguiri,
Paulo.
Federal Representative of the state of São Paulo.
A senhora Maria Lúcia Amari, deputada
Mrs.
estadual
Maria
por
Lúcia
São Paulo.
Amari, State Representative of São Paulo.
O senhor Tomé Abduch, deputado estadual
Tomé
por São
Abduch,
Paulo.
State Representative of São Paulo.
A senhora Amanda Vettorazzo, vereadora
Amanda
da
Vettorazzo,
cidade de São Paulo.
City Councilor of São
E a
Paulo.
senhora Alexandra Helmberg, que já
And
é aqui,
Mrs.
CEO do Rare
Alexandra
Diseases
Helmberg,
International,
already
o
here,
RDI.
CEO of Rare Diseases International, RDI.
Bom, antes de
And
passarmos
before
a palavra às
we
autoridades presentes, eu gostaria de agradecer a
hand the
presença
floor
do senhor Maurício
to
Serpa,
the authorities
secretário
here,
adjunto
I'd like to
municipal
thank
da Saúde de
Secretary
São Paulo,
Mauricio
também
Serpa,
representando o
Adjunct
prefeito.
Secretary of Health in the city of São Paulo, also representing the mayor.
Bom, agora fiquem à vontade para se sentar, por favor. E eu gostaria de convidar as
Please feel
autoridades
free
presentes a uma breve
to sit
saudação.
down.
Eu só vou pedir um pequeno favor.
I'll just ask you all for a quick favor to stay under a minute so that we can move forward with this event. I'll start with Ms. Alexander Helmer. You have the floor.
Hello, good morning everyone. I will speak in English. My Portuguese is not good enough, but since it's the second time I'm coming here, I'm hoping next year I will be almost fluent. But thank you, Tony Casahunter, for inviting me again today. I represent Rare Diseases International, the global alliance of persons living with rare disease across the world. And it's a particularly an important moment for me to be here since we had a major milestone, even not 1 month ago, at the World Health Assembly in Geneva. A resolution on rare disease was adopted. It represents a major milestone for the community because it put rare disease at the global health level as a priority for more equity. Brazil was a co-sponsor of the resolution with 11 other Latin American countries. So it shows as well the commitment of the Latin American country to play a role. There was also a coalition of 275 organizations, including the members of RDI, so Casahunter as well, that really supported this process of the resolution, and it has changed everything, because it shows that everyone is ready to contribute and to take action. We know that it can only be a paper, but we want more. We want that the resolution and the commitment that the World Health Assembly, so 194 countries, took become an impactful reality for persons living with rare diseases. So the reason why I'm here is also to say that the work is only starting. We will need the involvement of each region of the world, including the Latin American region. And ADI, we facilitate that work because there will be a global action plan that will be developed. And we want that that global action plan reflect the realities of each region. So the voice, your voice, will be very important. And I will just finish on one sentence. If I've been asked often, but what does it mean for me as a family, as a parent of a child living with rare disease, as a patient living with rare disease? It means that your voice matters. It means that it has been heard. So this is really a moment to work together in partnership. I insist on the role of every stakeholders, private sectors, policymakers, families, and patient organizations, because we have a unique opportunity to really have actions that can be delivered. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Muitíssimo obrigada, senhora Alexandra Helmberg.
Thank you,
Senhora
Alexandra
Amanda
Helmberg.
Vettorazzo, a palavra é sua.
Amanda Vettorazzo, you have the floor.
Bom dia a todos. Uma
Good
grande honra
morning,
estar aqui.
everyone.
Quero
It's a huge
parabenizar
honor to
aqui
be
toda
here.
essa
I want to
seleta mesa, em nome do
congratulate
Tony, e
uh,
também da sua esposa Fernanda. É uma grande honra
our
estar aqui representando
table
o Poder
and
Legislativo
Tony and
Municipal.
Fernanda.
É claro que a gente se debate
Thank you
muito
for
isso em
inviting me to
Brasília
be here.
para
Of
ter
course, we
melhores
debate that a lot
regulamentações, mas a porta de entrada é no
in
município,
Brasilia
né?
for
Então, é extremamente
better
importante o município estar atento a
regulations,
isso,
but it's
para
really
a gente
important
conseguir
for
novas
cities
práticas.
to be
E
pay
duas
attention
coisas que
to
me
that
chamam muita atenção quando eu
municipalities.
comecei
And a couple
a
of
estudar
things
pouquinho
that
é o que vocês
raised my
fizeram em
attention when I
termos de política
started
pública,
studying
né?
a
Os seus
little bit
memórias.
is how
Esse
much
número eu
you've
falo
done
e
in terms
repito
of
todas as
public
vezes,
policies.
para que todos tenham essa consciência da
I
importância
repeat
da
that
Casa Hunter
often
e
so
do trabalho que
everyone knows
vocês
how
fazem, né?
important Casa
5 anos
Hunter
para diagnóstico, 50 mil
is.
reais, tá certo?
5 years
E
for a
na
diagnosis,
na Casa Hunter
50,000
vocês fizeram
reais. And in Casa Hunter, you
2
were able to
meses, 3
do
mil
it
reais no
in 2
diagnóstico,
months
é
for
isso, né?
3,000
Então,
reais.
é exatamente por isso que eu tô aqui para
So
aprender
this is
pouquinho
precisely
mais,
why I'm
para que a
here
gente
to
consiga
learn from
otimizar,
you
né, o recurso
and
público
so
e
that we
investir
can
mais humanizado dentro da
optimize
casa. Mais
public
uma vez,
funds
muitíssimo obrigado pelo
and
convite, uma grande honra estar
have
com
a
vocês hoje.
more special outlook into the cause. Thank you again for having me with you today.
Senhor Tomé Abduch,
Thank you,
a palavra é
Amanda
sua.
Vettorazzo. Tomé Abduch.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning,
Você sabe
everyone.
que, Tony, eu me emociono muito
You know,
todas as vezes
Tony,
que eu tenho a oportunidade de te
I'm
encontrar
always
e passa na minha
touched
cabeça
when I have the
filme
opportunity to see
sobre
you.
a sua
And the
história,
film goes
como
on in
nós nos
my mind
conhecemos
about your
e
story,
tudo que você tem feito
how we've met,
pelas
and
doenças
everything that
raras.
you've been
Então,
doing
eu acho que esse
for
minuto eu
rare
vou gastar mais para
diseases.
poder
I
fazer uma
think
homenagem a
I'll
você
spend this
e
minute
dizer o quanto você é
paying tribute
importante
to you,
para a
to
vida
say how
dessas milhares de
important you are
pessoas.
in the
O seu
lives of these
coração, a sua
thousands of
determinação,
people. Your
essa
heart,
vontade
your
de fazer um país
determination,
melhor,
your
o
will
seu
to make a
amor
better
por cada
country,
coisa que você faz é o que está
and your
acontecendo na
love
Casa dos
for
Raros.
everything that
Eu
you do
queria
is what is
dizer
building the
que
House
você
of
é
the
um grande
Rare,
orgulho para
Casa
nós.
dos Raros.
Você é um grande
I want
orgulho
to
como
say
pai,
how
como
proud
marido,
we
como
all are of
pessoa.
you as a
Você é um grande
father, as a
orgulho para o nosso
husband, as a
estado, você é um
person.
orgulho para o nosso
You're
país.
pride,
Você é uma pessoa
you're
que inspira a cada um de
a
nós
point of
a
pride for
sermos
our
pessoas
state and our
melhores.
country, and you inspire
Parabéns
each of
por
us to
esses
be better
10 anos
people.
tão especiais. Nós temos
Congratulations
a
on these
honra
very
de
special
tê-lo
10
ao
years.
nosso
We
lado,
it
fazendo
is an
muitas
honor
vezes o
to
que o
have
Estado não
you
faz.
in
Muito
our
obrigado
corner
do
doing
fundo do
what
meu coração,
often the
em
state won't
nome
do.
do Estado de São Paulo, gostaria
So
de poder
thank
fazer
you on
essa
behalf of the state of São
importante e
Paulo.
simbólica
I
homenagem.
want
Muito
to
obrigado.
pay this important tribute to you.
Tomé Abduch, assim você deixa todo mundo
Okay.
emocionado.
Oh, you're going to
já.
make everyone cry
Obrigada, sacanagem.
right off the
Muitíssimo obrigada,
bat.
senhor Tomé Abduch.
Thank
Agora,
you,
Maria
Tomé
Luciana,
Abduch.
a palavra da senhora.
Maria Lúcia,
Boa noite a todos. Bom dia.
you have the floor. Well,
Tão
good
escurinho.
evening. Oh, good morning. Sorry, it's so dark in here.
Faz 10 anos
Thank you,
exatamente
everyone.
que comecei a
I'm
luta
so
junto
happy
com
to be
aí
here.
motivada por
I've
você e a
started 10
Fernanda,
years
duas
ago,
pessoas que mudaram o
motivated by
cenário no
you and
Brasil.
Fernanda,
Então, como disse,
who have
obrigada por
changed
isso. É
the
uma
scenario in
honra
Brazil.
ter você nessa
And I
luta,
started
porque
to
você
engage in this
impulsiona as
struggle.
pessoas.
It is an honor, like Abdush said, to have you engaged in this struggle. I see more representatives at a countrywide, statewide, and municipality level here, and increasingly more, which is a sign of the expansion of this struggle. The Hospital of the Rare is definitely going to be the first in the world, and everyone who's here is engaged with that. Recently, I started, I'm almost explaining myself to you, but a project to increase early diagnosis with a heel prick test so that diseases can also be treated precociously, so that they don't involve. We have a case of Arthur. He has this gene dystrophy, and we are following his case, and which is one of the reasons why we are engaged in this struggle. I am presiding the parliamentary front in the Legislative Assembly, and we are definitely going to change this scenario increasingly more. Congratulations, Dara. You're a reference of not just rare disease and their struggle, but of citizenship and citizenry. Thank you so much, Maria Lúcia Amari. Tadeu, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. I want to say hello to Tony and congratulate him on his brilliant work. You, Fernanda, and all of your team. I want to say hello to my federal representative colleagues, Pedro, Kim, Marisa Tomé, and the federal and state authorities here present. I don't think we can consider doing politics if we're not thinking of everyone's well-being. And since I took on the role of representative in the place of Representative Carla Zambelli, and I cannot step in that house if I am not doing good for the Brazilian society. And one of the high points of my career was joining the Commission for People with Disabilities. And while I'm in there, I want to put everything into serving your work. I want to help you as much as possible. You know, you can rely on me 100% of the time, because that's what we need. Rare diseases are often invisible to many, but to people living with them, it is a struggle, and they know how much, and the state needs to be engaged in helping those families. They don't need to take care of those families, but they need to help. And I'm happy to see representatives of the legislative branch of power at a national level, one at a state level, and Amanda at a municipality level. And I'm sure one day we can have all 500 representatives here listening to you. And you can count on me to work towards that. Thank you, Coronel Tadeu. Kim Kataguiri. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here in this event. Thank you, Tony. I want to say hello to my colleagues here. As you all know, I am new to the cause. I'm here to listen and learn more than to speak. But I want to say that, unfortunately, more and more often I've heard terrible, sad stories of desperate parents with children with rare diseases seeking quick and effective treatment. And as we're going to discuss in the next panel, in Brazil, things need to get to the judiciary before they advance, before we have an exception for a treatment that hasn't been approved by the public healthcare system, so that we can move forward with it. So I want to put myself at your service as a soldier of the cause, and I really like to debate in depth and hear and learn, and that's what I'm here to do. Thank you. Pedro Westphalen, you have the floor. Good morning to all of you. Dear Tony, you move us and motivate us with each event. As the doctor that I am, I've been engaged in the cause in my political career. And this is a very important year where we could create a regulation mark for scientific research. And you have part in that, I have part in that. We need to be very proud of it. I'm very happy to see all these authorities here today, especially these people who are here and who are the reason for our work in Brasilia. We are going to learn a lot today, and we're going to bring homework to Brasilia to work towards bringing treatment and hope based on what was shown here. And I can tell all of you that the advancements and setbacks in a society happen in parliament. We attribute that to the executive or judiciary, but we need to show that these people who we are here for today cannot wait. They need less bureaucracy, less ideology, and more sensibility. So thank you once again for bringing me the opportunity to be a grain of sand in this extraordinary struggle. Thank you. Thank you, Pedro Westphalen. João Manuel de Barros, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. I want to bring you the salute of Secretary Marcos da Costa, Secretary of People with Disabilities. I want to say, Tony, how important these events are for us to hear and to supplement with public policy. So congratulations on 10 years of successful events. And say that we are all invested in becoming closer to science and universities and organized civil society. That's the only way we can make less mistakes and do better public policy. We have noble topics in the Secretary's office. We have autism spectrum disorder, we have mental health, we have a horizontally articulated secretariat in our government. And the information and the stories that you share here today inform and inspire our work at the Secretariat. Thank you. Dica Vidal, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to all of you here. I want to salute everyone on behalf of Tony and Fernanda, and also my friend, Dr. Mauricio Serpa, Adjunct Secretary of the Rights of People with Disabilities. It's an honor to be here on behalf of our mayor, Ricardo Nunes. He's on a mission in Milano, but he sends his salutes as well, just as Secretary Silvia Greco, which has given me the opportunity to be here on behalf of our Secretary's office. I hope that next year we can be here in the next scenario celebrating what we've built. We have the land available to build the first hospital for rare diseases. I hope next year we can be celebrating the construction of that hospital, which is going to improve the lives of people with rare diseases so much. When you look back, you can see how much you've done with Casa Hunter, but when you look forward, you see how much there's still to be done, and that's why we're here today. Every year I come, there's a new representative, a new senator, someone committed to this cause, because this cause is not just a private sector thing, it's not just a family thing, it's not just a public sector thing. It's all of our flags, a commitment that we all need to take on. So have a great event, and I hope that all of you here today can protagonize the change in the reality for people who bear rare diseases.
Muitíssimo obrigada, senhora Dica Vidal. Vou quebrar
Thank you, Dica Vidal. I'm going to break protocol a little bit. I'd like to invite Lídia Correia on stage, who is going to represent Damaris Alves. Representative Damaris Alves, she's here today. A round of applause.
Senhora Lídia Correia, vamos quebrar o protocolo de uma vez?
Lídia Correia, let's just break protocol. I'm going to give you the space to speak.
Seja muito bem-vinda, obrigada por estar aqui com a
Okay,
gente.
wonderful. Thank you for being here with us. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. First of all, as the senator always does, I am going to describe myself for the people with visual disabilities. I am a woman on a wheelchair with red hair, white skin. I am wearing a blue shirt with a black vest and black pants, silver earrings and shoes. It is an honor to be here in this event representing Representative Damaris Alves, Senator Damaris Alves. She's someone who fights so much for this cause, and I am a person with rare disease. I am a person with disabilities. I am an atypical mom of 2 autistic children who are also people with disabilities. It's really important to be here learning, discovering more about everything, representing Senator, who is the president of the Human Rights Commission, and there we've had several opportunities to hold public hearings about rare diseases, seeking to increase the quality of life of patients, caretakers, and fighting for the rights of everyone. And since I don't have much time, I'd like to invite you all for the 10-year celebrations of the LBI, that's the bill for the rights of people with disabilities. I want to invite you all at 10 a.m. on July 10th in the Federal Senate. The senator left you all her warm embrace. She couldn't be here with you, but sent me to represent people with rare diseases as well. So thank you. Thank you. And to wrap up, Matheus Monsores. Good morning, everyone. I will describe myself as well. I am a light-skinned man with brown hair. I have almost gray hair and beard. I have a gray suit on and a purple shirt. It is a pleasure to be here next to so many authorities and researchers in the field, but I've also met in the corridors many people living with rare diseases, and they are the cause for us to be here today discussing this morning and this afternoon. So as the Minister of Health, it's a pleasure to be here in dialogue with you in a democratic, Republican way. And I'd like to remind you that I know often what people say here is targeted at the Ministry of Health, but I'd like to remind you that a lot of our decision-making process are three-part solutions. They are affected in a federated way, starting at municipalities. And something else I'd like to remind you is of 2 very important milestones from the management, from the administration of Minister Padilha. We now have, after so much delay, so much awaited for the community, we are going to have neonatal testing, and we are going to have AMA-based diagnosis. And based on the work that Minister Padilha has done, we were able to build a new program of access to specialists that aims at solving some issues that are going to be addressed here this morning. The lines, the access, specialized inpatient units. So I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here in this debate. I hope we all have a great event. Thank you, Mr. Natan Monsores. So on behalf of Casa Hunter, thank you for being here. Please step forward so we can have the official picture. It's a long-standing tradition. In front of the tables, you are so much more elegant than them. They don't need to be on the picture. Tomé, Tony. One moment.
Assim que os fotógrafos me derem ok, temos ok?
As soon as the photographers say okay, okay. Wonderful. A round of applause. And I'd like to ask Tony, João Cury, Kim Kataguiri, and Pedro Westphalen to remain on stage for our first roundtable. The other guests can step down. And we're going to discuss public policies and the impact of the decision by the Federal Court, the Supreme Federal Court. And the next people who are going to be on the table, Ms. Andrea Bessa, the legal coordinator of Casa Hunter. A round of applause. Kellen Rezende, head of government relations at GSK. Murilo Nassif, legal manager Brazil and head of dispute resolution at Sanofi. Mr. Nelson Teich, a doctor and former Minister of Health. Ramiro Nóbrega, a public defender in Brasilia. And finally, Renato Porto, president of Interpharma. Let's wait for everyone to get on stage so that we can start this discussion. It is a pleasure to have you all here with us. And before I hand the coordination of the table to Andrea, I want to all of you to watch the trailer of the series Next Frontier. It talks a little bit about how biotechnology is helping to shape a better future. And tiny spoiler, pay attention because in one of the episodes, I'm sure we have some familiar faces. Let's take a look. The diagnosis was a bomb. Hunter syndrome is a genetic effect. The prognosis that they gave us at most, he will live up to the age of 10. And unfortunately, there's nothing to be done. I'm not a doctor, thank you, but I will not accept that. I spent about 5 years searching the world, and then this light called JCR came along. Said, I want to come to Japan. Can I come over? Today, my dream is that my son will call me dad again. A few years ago, that was a far-fetched idea. Now we have the possibility.
Sensacional.
Wonderful. Hollywood is going to take Fernanda and Tony away soon enough. It's always touching to think how Tony and so many rare families have turned their personal struggle into a collective one. Thank you, Tony. I loved your speech, and I recommend that you all see that full episode of the series Next Frontier. Andrea, you can take the floor to mediate the table. Hi, Camila. Good morning, everyone. My self-description, I am Andrea Bessa. I am a lawyer at Casa Hunter. I'm short, 1.64 meters, but people say it's 163 and I'm lying. Brown hair. I am wearing a beige shirt and gray pants. It is a pleasure to be here with you once again in this 10th edition of the Cenário of Rare Diseases. Thank you all for being here. Your participation is extremely important to us. Thank you, Fernanda. I see how emotional she is looking at the video. Where is she? There she is. It's really beautiful to see him grow and develop so well thanks to the love and care of his parents. Congratulations, Tony, as well. And it's a pleasure to be here today to address a topic that's so important, because the example that we see here with Anthony, with Tony and Fernanda, his parents, is what so many parents see today. So in a way, they're being prevented from reaching that same stage for their kids. That's why this topic is so important to us, not just for patients, but for family members and caretakers as well. Let's talk a little bit about the impact of the decisions of the Supreme Federal Court in these issues of high complexity that have earned some explanation before we start. The Supreme Court's address of the judicialization topic is nothing new, and it impacts the allocation of funds to healthcare. We know we have a budget, an unbalanced budget, and we need to address that. But in 2024, we had over 800,000 judicializations regarding public and supplementary health care in Brazil. 60,000 of them were started last year. And the Supreme Court, in this context, Dr. Ramiro is going to explain more about that. But since 2009, the judicialization debate started, and it gained momentum in 2024 due to restrictions and rules that were applied to seeking treatment through judicialization. So this has a financial impact. This leads to concerns regarding the protection of fundamental rights, especially in patients with rare diseases, where immediate access and time are of the essence. Rare diseases progress really quickly. What we seek to discuss today is the involvement of the highest possible number of people, parents, stakeholders, patients, everyone involved in the topic who suffer the impact of these decisions. And we're trying to figure out what the impact of these decisions are in the lives of people who live with rare diseases. We want to establish the legal basis on these decisions that were made. And for context, we are going to start our discussion, and I would like to take the freedom to talk to Dr. Ramiro, a colleague, member of Fonajus, which is a forum in the judiciary to discuss healthcare. But in addition to being a friend, he is a scholar in this topic. Dr. Ramiro, it's on you now. That topic 1234, which has become famous now, came about to discuss judicializations, especially in the cases of medication that are not incorporated in the public healthcare system. This topic has faced criticism from a legal standpoint as well as a public policy standpoint. Could you point to the main criticism to this topic from a legal standpoint? Hey, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invite to be here in this very, very important lecture. I want to say hello to all members of the roundtable. I want to talk to you about, I want to thank especially everyone from the University of Brasilia, which is my alma mater. So thank you to every scholar that is here to discuss this. This point of contact in healthcare and justice is nothing new, but especially in 2004, we had a public hearing that started the discussion of this this imbalance between justice and healthcare. We had no effective public policy to the incorporation of new technologies and new treatments. And from those debates, 2 years later, there was a law that created Conitec, which is an agency to address those issues. And in 2014, the National Policy for Rare Diseases. So you see how this interface between healthcare and justice is fruitful. Since then, a lot has developed, and we had the topic 106 in the federal court. This has always been a great focus of academic research and institutional research and criticism to the actions of the judiciary. So we had this new paradigm. Soon after, the Supreme Court came about different topic. And topic 793, they're going to discuss who's in charge of paying that bill when we need medication that's not included in policy. The Supreme Court gave an answer. No one understood it. Municipalities went one way, states another. It didn't work out. And then they discussed what are the criteria for medication that haven't been approved by Anvisa. So we still have a few issues. First of all, who's footing the bill, which is an answer that no one understood. There is no previous financing agreement, so we need to know who foots that bill. And then we need to understand the institutional costs, because these are not meeting our needs. That used to come from states and governors. And the Supreme Court in 2024, which was last year, poured over that issue. The criticism it got is, first, they had two questions to answer. The first, who foots the bill, which was under the topic 1, 2, 3, 4. The second criteria, topic 6. So to recover that last one, they're going to use a technique that was used before. They create a roundtable with half representatives of the union, then the other half is states and municipalities. Why half are representatives of the union, not a third? Because the disagreement was because on one side the union and the other side states and municipalities. So they decided, in my opinion, a very good decision. And when I say my opinion, this is my opinion as a researcher, which I've been for 20 years, and a public defender, which I have been for 15. And I see people every day from the general public. I dispatch processes. So I'm at the very front of that struggle of patients who are seeking not just to access non-incorporated medication, but everything from medical appointments to the most expensive treatment you can imagine. So this is my opinion, not the one of the National Justice Board. But this is an opinion I have expressed to them. So in my opinion, what they decided on the competence assignment was a good decision, because it's a clear decision that everyone understands and that doesn't lead to confusion down the line. So when I distribute the same types of documents and actions that I do every week, I know who to send that to. Now, if you're footing the bill in legal action against the public healthcare system, municipalities and states But then it advances into topics that weren't under topic 1, 2, 3, 4. They advance to discuss criteria to access medication. That's where we start seeing issues. I'm going to name 4 because I don't want to extend myself too much. If you don't speak a lot, you don't need to speak well. So the first criticism toward the Supreme Court, the adoption of a criterion that I find inadequate to sequester public funds. Not something that's under the criteria or under the footing of the bill. So when public funding is allocated to adopt a treatment, they adopt the maximum price of sale to the government. So that's a wholesale price. You only sell to the government in great quantities, but the government imposes in each legal action that they can get budgets with that maximum price for a purchase that's not wholesale. It's a small quantity. And citizens need to find something at that price. Judges need to be in charge of making that happen. But in practice, what we've been seeing is the paralyzation of access to treatment. I have names, I have tax IDs, I have people's social security numbers. So medication that cost everything from 50 reais to 13,000 cannot be offered at the price that they would sell to the government. Imagine trying to buy a car for the same price Localiza, the car rental place, buys a car for. So it's nearly impossible, and that's been paralyzing processes. And the defender's office, the public attorney's office has asked the Supreme Court to change that maximum price. The second issue has to do with the requisites. The Supreme Court had 15 years of jurisprudence in that sense, but they increase rigor in 2 points, which is where they impact people with rare diseases. One of the prerequisites where they've become more stern is if the medication that you're requesting has been assessed by CONITEC, you must prove, and if CONITEC said no, of course, you need to prove that that's an illegal act. CONITEC is a very serious agency, but they assess medication to incorporate into the public healthcare system as a whole for everyone in the country. So they get broad population samples. So they don't get the specifics of Pedro's or Maria's situation because they're reaching a broad population. If they say no, you need to prove that they acted illegally. And what does it mean to prove illegality? So for me, that negative is illegal because I've used every possible medication. I have a series of comorbidities. I have a clinical justification to access that medication. Is that what's illegal? Or do I need to prove that in Brasilia, CONITEC acted illegally? I need to have a picture of someone handing a bag of money to someone in CONITEC. How do I prove illegal action? And then Maria, in her legal action, how is she going to prove that CONITEC, whose address no one even knows, acted illegally? So that is not a consensus with magistrates. They need to prove that they didn't meet a deadline or something like that. And that's near impossible. We call that diabolical proof. So we have been defending that this needs to be a legality for the affected case. But that's not always acceptable. That's not always accepted. So we don't have, if you analyze that criterion rigorously, no one is entitled to exceptionality. How do I create the right to exceptionality? You can't. So we need to work on that criterion. And there is a second criterion that affects you even more intensely, and they define that there needs to be proof of scientific evidence for this treatment that was recommended. But there is a specification, high quality evidence through meta-analysis, randomized studies, and that's where rare disease patients have an exceptional problem. Because you can't always find the populational numbers to do that. And often you can do a double-blind study with a child, for example. Can't do that. There are specific restrictions to research with children. And then there is innovative research, urgent aspects. And so saying that proof needs to have these and these values and not leaving it in the hands of the magistrature is a very intense problem. And the public attorney's office, the ones that were present in this process, we asked for exception for these populations that I mentioned, and that wasn't even analyzed by the Supreme Court. Something else that we need to discuss is how these criteria apply. Because look, the Supreme Court has affected this topic. They defined that there would be a decision about these topics many years before they did. So many of those processes were paralyzed. Often, a lot of them with people already in treatment. So the Supreme Court registered that decision, and that started being applied to cases that were decided based on a previous paradigm when you didn't need all of that proof. So you had all of the documents that were in the process, and then they changed the evaluation criteria, and they received, that's news from all over the country. We are articulated. I received messages from people all over the place saying, calm down. That process was waiting for a decision for 2 years, and then they denied the legal action, and the person stopped receiving treatment. Imagine discovering halfway through the process that you proved A and B, but you should have proved D and E as well. So you lost the cause. That led to a series of issues. We stand for the immediate application to be reviewed and for it to be applied only in new cases. And that's led to the interruption of treatment that had been happening for a very long time. So those are that's the four criticism. And that's one that's not being spoken of. I was assigned a public defender for this commission, for the discussion in this commission, and there's no video of it. Those types of commissions cannot be recorded. There is a preservation of people's privacy so they can debate. And that commission that represented the interests of the union and states and municipalities very well advanced into topics that weren't supposed to be debated, in my opinion, by representatives of the administration only. And when they moved on to the access criteria, they didn't get 24 representatives of civil society. They had one. Her name was Priscilla, and she is in the National Board of Health. So this composition, which was well distributed to analyze competence, it wasn't good to analyze criteria, because there is another pole, which are patients, that you need to hear from. So there was a group of 23 representatives of the state and one representative of civil society that created those criteria. And that's why we saw a substantial increase of the rigor to access that medication. And that's a big issue that I want to discuss with you more. So, but I want to give the floor to someone else because I overspoke, I think. Thank you.
Obrigada, Dr. Ramiro, mas vamos ter
Thank you,
mais.
Dr. Ramiro. You're going to have more time for you later. Tony, among the most important criticisms about the society is the right to health and this legal labyrinth that every person needs to go through, where, especially for rare disease, cancers, where time is crucial. What are the alternative pathways for this topic? Our Congress is the only way out, because we've realized in the past couple of years it's been very difficult to negotiate and discuss implementation of public policies and progress if you consider only the executive power. It's important to have bills that establish from the Congress that had already been established by the executive for the patient to have access. Judicially, it's pretty much impossible. We have 21 medications registered at Anvisa for rare disease, incorporated only 25, because incorporation has just started after 2022. Some of the incorporations of the medications to the Brazilian health system. Dr. Ramiro said, and I think it's very important, that everything that we are doing has been temporary or partial. For the topic 6, Gilmar Mendes made an inadequate decision to create a commission from the executive part. At that time, I think this justice thought that CONITEC was an independent agency, but it's not. It's a commission, part of the executive. Decision-making is bound to the executive power. So what Dr. Ramiro said, for a person who had been represented in the social control, it's pretty much conflicting because they are part of the CONITEC members. Again, it's partial. The level of partiality is huge, so it's conflicting. This sort of representation is conflicting. So today, I think we have two ways out. The Brazilian Congress has now 2 bills. That's why I ask the help of our Congress people here, one from Congresswoman Angela Moro to bring back the access of rare disease in our country, and Senator Romário, who is also establishing the same criteria and rules. So we can approve either one, and we will guarantee that people will live with dignity and have guaranteed access to treatment. Regardless of all that, in spite of all that, the judicial system is very it's delayed, and with the new rules it's going to take a lot longer, and the chance of being successful is very, very low. So we also need to get into the Supreme Court and show the legality of this commission, CONITEC, to make an opinion about the treatments for the kids. We have Anvisa, which is the Brazilian FDA, which is responsible to approve the security and efficiency of the medication. Talking about rare disease, 99.9% of medication to Lyme disease, they've been through FDA approval, to the EMA approval, and other important agencies. They've been approved by these other agencies, and then they came to Anvisa. Anvisa does all the work, and when it's approved, the CONITEC says, no, that's not safe, or that's not efficient, because they don't have money to pay, so they blame the efficiency, the efficacy. I think it would be more fairer if you say, okay, I don't have the money. It should be a lot more fair to the patients who are waiting for this medication, the only medication that will save these people. Not all of them, but most of the drugs are orphan drugs. So the family who are looking forward to access to this medication goes to Conitac, and Conitac says, no. I asked a judge from Curitiba, I'm not going to say her name, and he said, if you have all evidence by the medical society, personal history of the patient, and you have a negative Conitac, what will be your decision? Her answer is, I have to follow the political decision made by Conitac. That's a catastrophe, to connect the judiciary to political decisions of a certain commission. We cannot accept that. We need to get into the justice system and say that it doesn't represent, that Conitac doesn't represent a democratic agency. We are not represented there. Of course, we had the approval of a bill establishing a seat of the civil society there, just to try to make the impact less extreme. But that's not a solution. The solution will be to restructure Conitac and allow a more criterious analysis, more democratic analysis, and be able to fulfill the needs of the society. And that's what we want. I'd like to take the opportunity and call Renato, because I think that this topic has a lot to do with Renato. Of course, the judgment or the trial of the decision of this topic, 234, the Fiacruz study published in 2023 showed a more conservative position from the Ministry of Health before all the thesis had been finalized. So this publication becomes more relevant if you think about the scenario that has been consolidated by the Supreme Court, including the incorporation of new treatments and reviewing the step back taken by the industry, for example. I'd like to ask Renato, the president of Interpharma, the Pharmaceutical Industry Association, I would like to know what is the impact to the industry. And I think that the industry is not submitting the request for incorporation due to this legal insecurity. You don't know how this is going to affect the industry. Well, thank you, Andrea. It's a great pleasure to be here. And on behalf of you, Tony, I'd like to thank Casa Hunter. Thank you for this invitation. Every year I've been here, I'd like to greet the Congressman Kim and Westphalen and the clinical. I like to compliment the Parliament, who's been doing a great job in defending the social rights, not only for the rare patients, but also for the whole society. So drugs are developed, are researched to solve a need. We need this product to get to the population. We need the product, the drugs, to change the path of the disease. And I like to ask Mr. Ramiro, and I think he helped me a lot, because it was a very clear explanation of what happened with the Supreme Court decision. We have to imagine that the Supreme Court cannot or shouldn't judge or decide to close the door of the judiciary. They must decide to solve a problem of the society. And it seems like the society is going after the judiciary because they cannot have it otherwise. They cannot have the drug otherwise. So we need security in the process of incorporation to know that it's impossible to sell the maximum price to the government when you pay it in installments with no guarantee of supply. You may not have the guarantee of the guaranteed supply. So creating this environment that provide the industry and stakeholders and patients the guarantee that their treatment is going to get to them timely is crucial. So assessing the access to medication, to drugs, is not a task for the Supreme Court. It's been used as a remedy of a system that probably didn't work appropriately as it should in the past few years. And here, Andrea, I like to be very objective. Interpharma has been working in two different parts of this process. One is in the process of incorporation of drugs. That's what we have been discussing so far. How the product, how the drug is decided to be made available for the population. Then we did a beautiful job. Interpharma has presented this to the Ministry of Health, a complete change of Conitec governance, just like what Dr. Ramiro and Tony said, so we can prove legality. We are not here facing the Supreme Court. We've suffered some of this backlash, but what is the model that can be established in Brazil so we can guarantee that a drug, a medication assessed by this model will have the correct solution? Why? Because the judiciary, especially when the Conitec process has already happened, is like saying that we are not giving legitimacy to the decision. Nobody will appeal when a visa register or not a product because they have legitimacy. We know the criteria, we know the international criteria, how they are harmonized with the other agencies. So we have many technical people doing that, and it's comparable to the best practice. We have this model, we presented this model. Tony had the opportunity to talk to us at Interpharma. That's going to be publicized. We're probably not going to have an event, but little by little, we are going to make it known, and it's going to be submitted to the Public Defender's Office and the Ministry of Health. Another part of this process is the post-incorporation, which is having this product, having the drug arrive to the patient, purchasing the medication, procuring the drugs, because Brazil is way behind. Beside this Conitec issue, it takes 27 months to make a treatment available once Conitec has approved. So once you go through the whole process, you got the approval, it takes 2 more years to have this process, the medication arriving to the patient. That's not the best way. The population cannot wait. Patients cannot wait. The world is dynamic. A clinical trial published today, we can read tomorrow. We cannot read Mandarin, but use the AI and it translates to us. If you want to see the abstracts pretty fast, pretty easy. How are you going to legitimate all that? Society needs to have the best treatment. Society needs to have the appropriate treatment. There's no way out. And for me, what is left is that maybe we are facing a situation where public policies are not well developed. They don't reach the patient. They don't face the need of the Brazilian population, the Brazilian population needs. So do we need financing? Do we need loans? I don't think that's the problem. I think that the problem will be this, like maybe it's the Sophia's choice that is gonna block everything from the beginning if you start thinking about money. They're thinking about medication that should arrive to the population. They have safety guaranteed, have been approved by Anvisa. It's not going to be denied by anyone. So we need public policies that haven't been well developed. We have another data, and I think you're going to take it to the Supreme Court, that the Supreme Court has offered us 1 year. So we are following up all decisions after the Supreme Court decision. Just to give you a figure, 19.8% of the decisions interrupt or stop their treatment. 53 were guaranteed. So we have a scenario that maybe we are paying the cost with lives, and we are not solving the public policy problem. That's why we decided to get into this process in the beginning. So we need to solve this long journey all the way to the patient. But one day, Brazilian pharmacies, Brazilian drugstores, they must publish their inventories. It doesn't work. We don't have that. We need to put together the patient needs and have some sort of a standard so we can follow whether the medication is reaching the population or not. And we are going to try to do it in a more structured way. Of course, we have different timings, we have process, we have contexts that are different depending on the therapeutic need. I'm going to stop now, and I make myself available. It's a decision, it's a need of public policy change. Otherwise, are going to be paying with the cost of lives. And that cannot happen.
Obrigada, Renato. Vamos continuar ainda. Teremos mais questões aí.
Thank you, Renato. We have more issues here. The greatest impact is in rare disease and high-cost medication. Another issue is the number of incorporations and associations due to the bureaucratic process and low approval rate. Considering this perception, all of you, Kelly, Marílio, from the institution you work, and you observed possible impact in the relationship with the company projects in Brazil. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation, for taking part in this roundtable. I'd like to congratulate all of you, congratulate our Congress, men and women present, also from the health systems, and we share this house, the University of Brasilia, my alma mater. And for those who don't know, we have a multinational company, it's a pharmaceutical company. We've been in Brazil for more than 100 years, and we work very closely to the government, to the Ministry of Health, and we offer most of the vaccines for AIDS, and we also work with respiratory disease, cancer, rare cancers. But answering your questions, as a company, I'm here as a supplier that develop new molecules, and we bring this innovation to Brazil. GSK in the world spends more than 7 billion pounds in research and development, billions. So it's a lot of money, and we need to find a regulatory environment that can can provide safety to those in this process. I mean, the whole process is going to be repeated, and is repeated throughout the regulation chain. It's an innovation Of course, Tony, like Tony said, has been through regulatory agencies, and we have a new regulatory agency. Of course, as long as it's assessed to the Brazilian standards, but we need the systematic review throughout the process. We have a systematic disease and a pre-GDS analysis. So once we do that, after we go to the regulatory system, it goes to the incorporation, CONITAC, ANS. Again, we need a more systematic review. We need to adapt every market and meet the market needs with information that are effective to the access, and not take it long, not wait more for that. So us in the company, and I work with public policies, we have the idea that we have to work not only the sustainability part of the business, because we are bringing innovative molecules, we have aggregated costs, but we also need to think about system sustainability. Sustainability will go through not only the process, but also work as partners in thinking different ways that are gonna make an incorporation feasible, and not only a regulation. No, we need connections, well-defined connections between these issues. So the issue that have been brought to the table is just the tip of the iceberg. We believe that the impact of dealing with issues like judicialization, and which is kind of blocking the decision-making process, is going to have an impact, but you cannot paralyze, you cannot stop there. We have contact with the medical society, with the doctors actually, and many doctors, they consider all those decisions, and they decide not to get involved with molecules that hasn't been assessed by CONITAC. So they are leaving aside these molecules and working with others. So we are reaching one end, which are the doctors. So as Ramiro said, we as a company, we are part of the process as partners, so that the medication will have access, patients will have access to the patients will have access to the medication once it's approved. So it's a company that prioritizes the public market, of course, the private market as well, but we need to work within a regulatory system that is agile enough that you're not going to have problems with incorporation, because otherwise you're not going to have the product for the patient, and that's what we want. We want the drug to reach the patient, and that's the topic that really touches me. My sister has a rare disease. When she was born, I was 5, and it changed my family's life. And from that moment on, I saw that my mother was busy 100% of the time. Otherwise, my sister wouldn't be walking. And it was the Brazilian National Health System that made her walk. And for me, it's a very dear subject to my heart. And the system in Brazil, because the private sector also adds to the public sector. So that's it.
Dr. Murilo.
Dr. Murilo. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be able to be part of this, such as fantastic roundtable. Tony, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for everything that you promote to our society. I fell in love with rare disease, and from contacts that I had with you, and with that, I had the honor to work at Sanofi, which is a pharmaceutical company, multinational, that work with innovation, different products for a rare disease, focusing on the patient, focusing on the rare patient, besides vaccine and so on and so forth. But when I look at everything we've talked about, I go back to my academic side. I did my PhD in the access of diagnostics and rare disease treatments from a global perspective. What I developed in my articles, access. What is the access? Access, the beginning is the mid and the end. I mean, if the industry can bring the best, the most innovative drug to the market, but if the patient doesn't have access to the product, the patient who needs the medication cannot access it. Why it's there, why it exists. So today we have a certain level of insecurity because we have decisions from the Supreme Court that try to restrict and manage to restrict the access to those who need the most, those who have those patients of rare disease. How can we change the scenario? I think that Interpharma has been doing a great work with proposals of legislatory changes at CONITAC in a way to the decision is made and who is part of this decision-making process. It's only the executive, legislative, and the civil society. And that's the greatest challenge, to have the decision makers that are actually being impacted by the public policy in the decision-making process. I cannot have a social decision-making process that's going to move the whole country and the society if I don't have a democratic participation of the population affected. So if you see public consultation or public hearings where the public society claims for the incorporation of a certain drug, we need to incorporate, we need to bring this drug to the system. We need to make it available. And these voices are not heard. So the decision makers are being legitimate there. I don't know. It's a question mark. How can we improve this system? How can we guarantee more legal security so that the products, the drugs can come to this country and the patient can have access to? I cannot wait for 4 or 5 months after we have the decision to incorporate in the, I mean, the legislation says that it should be, once it's approved, make available to the patient in 180 days. How many drugs are made available after 180 days? Our legislation talks about that. We have a problem in our execution. We need to improve the execution. I go back to the access, the principle of accessibility. We don't have in our federal constitution a principle of access and accessibility. It's not explicit in our constitution. But if I don't have access, I don't have the right to health. How can I guarantee, looking at the doctor that prescribes, how do I want them to comply with ethics and bioethics as long as they cannot prescribe a therapy because it's restricted in the system? So these points of reflection is what I want to bring to you today. The legislative is the house of the people, the house of the democracy, to guarantee the access and the diagnosis of an appropriate treatment to our population, to our society. Of course, we have challenges. resources are not endless, but these should be choices that society can make. The resources is scarce and is not limitless, but the policies are made based on decisions. What I'm gonna, how I'm gonna prioritize one product or the other. What you want to bring to the table as a society is what is more important, life or something else? So I always go back to the most important point. It's the more academic point. How can I guarantee the principle of accessibility? Even though it's not explicit in our constitution, it's implicit. Without access, I don't have anything. Without access, the state cannot, the nation cannot provide health to the patient, to the population. Without access, the patient cannot survive. Thank you.
Bem, vamos continuar. Dr. Nelson.
Okay, Dr. Nelson.
Uma área muito importante para a gente
It's a very important area for us to discuss private sector.
Como executivo especialista em
As an executive, an expert in health, how do you estimate the medium long-term impact of the Supreme Court decisions in the private trust? I'm going to talk as a country, not as a private sector. The problem is that judicialization is a consequence of an inefficient management. What is happening today, the interference of the legislative and the judiciary shows how inefficient our health system is. And that's for the executive to be accountable. For decades, we haven't been able to follow the management, not for innovation, not cost, and not information. The question that we might ask ourselves is why things are not working. What we see are proposals that don't reach the society. First question is, let me give you a practical example. We've been discussing a topic from the perspective of care. And the terms were created from a financial point of view. So you're discussing care, and the discussion on the other side is money. You're not treating the problem in its essence. What we are missing in this country is a policy of care. That's the reality. Before being a minister, I was an advisor to the SKT on oncology and technological incorporation, and we were discussing the creation of a new agency. I don't discuss the new agency because people keep talking this and that doesn't make sense. But what was the new agency? It will be an intelligence agency. Why? Because who needs to define what is important to the country is the country. I cannot depend on what Conitex says. I cannot live under the pressure of someone who wants to incorporate or not. The country needs to have a policy of incorporation, not an agency. So we need a policy of care that goes through policy for incorporation and then have an agency. It doesn't, incorporation doesn't start and ends on itself. It's a consequence of a policy. And judicialization is not going to change anything because it doesn't touch the essence of the problem with the inability of taking care of the society that need to be done in such a level of complexity that we don't have today. So the solution is in the executive, not legislative, not judiciary. It's the executive role. And if they're not delivering, anything that you can do outside of it will create a confusion. The executive needs to work with legislative and judiciary, but the executive leads the policies in the country. When I see the current situation, I can see how difficult it is to take care of our people. There's a sentence that you cannot be confused between movement and progress. Health is lots of movements, but no progress. I helped to create the cancer law. I managed to I took part in the creation of the cancer law. And they asked me what I think. I think that in practice, a law like that is a list of wishes. What can I do so that can work? What we need today are specific actions to fight bottlenecks. Every time we need to understand the problem, we need to understand policies and efficiency. If you don't solve the bottlenecks, everything you need to do are not going to happen in practice. And that's the worst thing that can happen because you feel like you're doing something, but it never reaches the end, which is a society. We need a complete restructuring. What we are doing today to try to act in a very specific point, and you need to map the society needs. You need to go after different areas. And is there an infrastructure to solve this? What do I need? Access. Part of access is interesting, but it's very poor. What is valuable is the delivery. There was a task for cataract surgery. And of course, we got the people, that's the access. But we couldn't take care of the people in a decent way because some of the people became blind. We have the structure to operate everyone, but it wasn't good enough. We weren't concerned about care at that point. And we bring that all together. It's the diagnosis of what's happening today. We need to focus and how to improve the life of people, especially those people who don't have the strength, financial, social, for their rights. So that's what I want to give you to contextualize our situation. In 2023, the Brazilian health system spent like 300,000 reais, and the supplementary health 400. The United Kingdom, which is the Brazilian health system reference, spent 21. Canada 40,000. American Medicare for people older than 60 spent like 65,000. So innovation is done for a rich country. We need to overcome our issues to bring solutions. China today was the country that incorporated more technology in the world last year, actually. And it's a country of mid to high income. China is the country with more immuno-oncology research in the world. Something that when we saw the direction of research is crucial because it gives access to the country for innovative drugs. When you talk about the industrial health complex, not only opening a plant, we need to develop new drugs, you need to see what you're going to do. I'm the coordinator of the Brazilian Clinical Society, Oncology Clinical Society, and we are trying to identify what drugs Brazil needed to start producing today. How are we going to work that? If you try to mix everything, you're going to see the situation we are living in this country. And that's something that's been happening for ages. It's not to blame any specific country. That's the way we've progressed. Health is very complex. To manage this complexity is very difficult. So this discussion is interesting, but it's not what's going to solve our problem. We need to change. And probably what we need to do today as the social forces need to fight so that the executive power treats with the necessary seriousness. We need a policy of care, a policy of incorporation. They're not going to get all the medication we've been discussing and say, okay, I want to incorporate that. But it's not the industry that's going to tell me what am I gonna, how I'm gonna do it, because I will tell them, because I'm gonna pay them for that. So as a country, I will decide what is better for my country, for my population. I think we're not gonna be fighting to incorporate something that the industry wants to incorporate. That's not how it works.
Obrigada, Dr. Nelson.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson.
Bem, o tema 6,
Well,
que estabelece
the
critérios
sixth
para a
topic that
concessão
established
judicial de
criteria
medicamentos não incorporados
to
ao SUS,
the concession
tem sido alvo
of
de
drugs
críticas
not incorporated in the
significativas
Brazilian
por
health
parte de
system
juristas,
has
gestores
been a
públicos e
topic of
associações de
discussion
pacientes.
by
Temos
the
a honra
legal
de contar com
the society of
parlamentares na mesa, e deles é advogado, Dr. Kim.
lawyers and so on and so forth. And we
Como
have
você
here
tem
Dr. Kim.
observado, Dr. Kim,
How,
as
Dr.
críticas
Kim,
da sociedade civil ao
you've
STF
seen
no
the
tema 6,
critics to the civil
especialmente de
society,
subordinar
to
direitos
the Supreme
fundamentais
Court,
a
in
critérios
subordinate
técnicos
fundamental
orçamentários.
rights
E ainda, é
to
possível pensarmos em uma agenda
technical criteria.
positiva, num
Is
diálogo
it possible
franco
to think about
entre o
of a
legislativo e o
positive
judiciário?
agenda between the
E mais
legislative and the
pouquinho,
judiciary? And again,
existe hoje, na
is
forma como o
there
judiciário vem tratando o
today,
tema,
the way the judiciary is
uma
treating this topic,
sobreposição sobre o papel do
an
legislativo?
overlap of the legislative goal? It's easy. Those three questions are very easy. I'm still not a lawyer. I'll get the bar today. So my final course is data processing. Now, thinking about how important these issues are, I need to talk a little bit about topics 1, 2, 3, and 4. The decision, the thesis by the Supreme Court has a positive bias to stop this game of push and pull. I mean, they are all responsible. There's a solidary responsibility. You can call all entities of the society, and it will, and that is to end this insecurity of those who are going to the judicialization to try to reach a solution for the problem. You can only mobilize the justice or the parliament because there was an institutional failure in the design of public policies from the public sector. I'm not talking about this government, but I think for the past 40 years, we failed brilliantly. So it's cruel, very cruel to think about a family that has a member with a rare disease, which is a very tough reality, but then they have to go to the judiciary system, hire a lawyer, and try to fight for their rights. I agree that we need to go look for structural solutions, especially from the executive realm. But from my point of view, the mission is our mission, us who are in politics, because it takes 20 years to implement an action like that. And we cannot treat with less priority structural problems, because you have a family with a rare disease, family member, they don't have 20 years to find a solution, a permanent solution, a structural solution for rare disease. They need to solve the problem of their daughter, their sons, or who has this disease today, and they need access to medication. And in this sense, we have a parallel of a 500 topic of having a criteria without a diabolical proof. We need access to medication. This is something that has been approved by the FDA. For example, a drug has been approved by the FDA, by the MIA. It's shown that there's no other solution available in Brazil. I think my assessment would be to, okay, what would be the way out? A short-term solution for those who are in a hurry, those urgent cases. About Conitec, I think that's a huge problem that we have. And it's kind of scary, as Tony said. It would be better if they were sincere enough to say, we think it's too expensive and that's why we are not gonna approve this. Instead of saying that the medication doesn't work. It has been approved by the FDA, by the EMA, by Anvisa. How good they are to say that they are denying the efficiency of this medication. Really, we should have Nobel Prizes so to overcome the technical ability of agencies all over the world. And the Brazilian agency, you need to be very pretentious, right? So in terms of resources, with the transition bill, and our budget, the healthcare budget is now connected to, we have more than half of the budget to the ministers, at least half of the state ministers, with millions of workers responsible for public policies in Brazil, don't have this budget. And that's not the whole health system budget. And I think that we didn't have any practical solution, any improvement that could justify having such an increase without it getting back to the population. Actually, I see a huge problem in terms of management, and that's a peculiarity of our country. The political class is not found accountable by law. If in Japan, for bad indicators, or in Japan, Canada, Germany, and the US, a mayor from a city with only, the mayor of a city with 50% of sanitation, if after their term, the city has only 40% of sanitation, there's something wrong. Like if you have 90% of literacy, and after 2 terms, the mayor can deliver a city with only 70% of literacy, nothing's going to happen to this mayor. If there's worse in terms of budget, there's no penalty, no ineligibility or anything. Our legislation is worse now. Before we had the serious culpability. Let me know, because you are PhDs here, but if a manager makes a mistake that an average man or woman wouldn't commit this mistake. For example, I'll hire a cardboard company to build a road. I mean, we can have this absurd in Brazil, but you're not going to have any penalty to this manager. Anyway, we only have this mobilization of the judiciary and the legislative due to the failure of our executive, institutionally speaking. Doing my homework, of course, I'm not from the health system, but studying these topics and comparing how it works in the English model and the Canadian model, who are more similar to our system, we can have this parallel made. We don't have this level of judicialization. Not only that, it's not because the families are not concerned about fighting for the right of their kids, family members, for rare disease. No, we don't have this level of judicialization because everything is solved within the executive, within the agencies. And here I'm going to bring you a problem to all of you from a Congress point of view in terms of CONITEC. I totally agree with everything that you said, especially what Tony said about CONITEC
E a sua própria, digamos assim,
and
parcialidade e suspeição para tratar sobre
partiality
esses assuntos.
to
E eu
treat
já fui
certain
procurado
topics.
antes
I
por
was
médicos para
contacted
tratar
by
sobre essa questão
doctors
da
to deal
reestruturação
with
da
this
Conitec, mas a gente esbarra
Conitec
num problema que
restructuring,
é o vício
but we
administrativo.
always see
É um órgão
the
do Poder
same problem.
Executivo
We
e eu entendo
it's
que,
an executive
infelizmente, a gente não
agency,
poderia,
and
via
unfortunately,
legislativo, mudar a
through the
composição, mudar o
legislative, we
processo
couldn't
em
change
que
the
as coisas
composition and
acontecem
the
dentro da Conitec,
process
depende
of
até
how
para o
things
debate
happen at
começar
Conitec,
de uma iniciativa
so that the
do
debate can
executivo.
start from an executive
E para fechar, no mesmo
initiative.
sentido, mais uma vez,
Now, once
da
again,
responsabilidade, da
in
parcela de
terms of
responsabilidade do governo.
responsibility
Aliás, antes
and
disso, eu vou pedir,
government
Tony, que você me passe o
responsibility, I'm going to
projeto da
ask you,
Los Angeles
Tony,
para
to
a gente
give
poder
me Los
trabalhar em cima
Angeles
dele. Até
project
me
so we can work on
disponibilizo a
this
ser relator para a gente
project
poder
together. I
levar para
can
análise o mais
be
rápido
the
possível.
editor and
Então,
to
peço
take
que
it
me
to
envie para a gente
analysis
possa estudar e para a
ASAP.
gente possa levar esse tema em
You
frente.
can count on me. We can
Mas
take
fechar
this
dizendo, já que o
subject
tema do painel são as
further.
decisões, as teses
And the
fixadas pelo
topic of
Supremo
this
Tribunal
panel is the
Federal,
decision and the thesis
que me
by
parece
the
que o
Supreme
Supremo está mais
Court.
preocupado
It
em
seems
resolver o
like the
problema do
Supreme Court is
governo ou
more
dos
concerned
governos
about
do
solving
que o problema da
the
população.
problems, the
O que é
government problem
absurdo
than
por
the
si só,
population problem. It's an
só
absurd
da gente pensar que
on
o
its
anseio do
own
governo e da
because
população estão em lados antagônicos, né?
the population and the
Que
government, they
deveriam
have
estar no mesmo
different
sentido. A gente elege
wishes
governo
there.
para
We
representar a
elect the
população.
government
Quando
to
nós temos
represent the
problema
population. When
que é
we have a
submetido a uma
problem
Conitec, ou que
that
é
is
submetido a
submitted
uma
to
Suprema
a
Corte,
commission, a CONITEC, or to
e
the
o governo
Supreme
está do lado
Court,
oposto da
and the
população,
government goes against the
acho que tem uma
population,
anonia aí, tem um problema no
there's
tecido
something
social
wrong. We
grave
have a
para ser
problem there,
solucionado,
okay?
que vai para além do âmbito da
And
saúde.
it goes beyond
Então é isso, como eu disse
our
para vocês, estou mais aqui
health
para escutar e
problem.
aprender
So
do que para falar.
I'm here
Obrigado.
to listen more than speaking. I need to learn more than
Doutor Pedro, o senhor é médico,
saying things.
tem
Dr. Pedro,
dedicado
you're a
seus mandatos
doctor.
à
You've
saúde.
dedicated your
O
mandate
tema 6
to
impõe
health.
requisitos
Topic 6
rigorosos
impose
para a concessão de
rigorous
medicamentos,
requirements to
como
the
a
concession of
comprovação de
medication, like
inexistência de
the
alternativas no
proof
SUS,
of
registro
inexistence
na
of
Anvisa e evidências
alternatives
científicas
at the
robustas,
health system,
critérios
visa
inviáveis para pacientes
registration,
com doenças raras
and
ou em
some
casos emergenciais.
impossible
Quando a gente fala dos
criteria for
critérios
rare
inviáveis,
disease.
é
When you
porque
talk
a
about
maioria dos
this criteria,
estudos
that most
de
of the
doenças raras
studies
nem
of
sempre
rare
dá para
disease,
ser para estudos
they
randomizados,
cannot
né?
be
A gente teria que
randomized.
ter outros tipos
We need
de
to have
avaliação.
different sorts of assessment.
O Tony enxerga o legislativo como
Tony
caminho
sees the
efetivo para a
legislative
solução
as an
dessa crise,
effective
né? Pela fala do
pathway
Tony aqui.
from what
O senhor
Tony
concorda
said.
com ele?
Do
E
you
quais seriam os
agree with him?
movimentos
And what will
possíveis
be
que o
the
Congresso
possible
pode
movements
fazer
that the
no
Congress can
endereçamento
follow
dessas
to
queixas colocadas
address
pela população?
this
Olha, o Tony está absolutamente
concerns about
Não
from
tem
the
outro caminho.
population's
São os
concerns? I think Tony is
legislativos,
completely
municipais,
right.
estaduais,
It is
federais,
legislative.
Quem não
Health.
conhece, o que não sabe,
A
aquela coisa já
judge
conversado,
cannot
dizendo que
decide on
não tem
something they
custo de
don't
saúde,
know,
tem investimento em
especially
saúde,
saying they don't have
tem
costs,
escolhas a serem
health
feitas.
costs. We have investment in health.
Falta de
We have
dinheiro,
choices
falta
to
de
make.
dinheiro.
Do we
Gasta tantos
really need
bilhões,
money? We're talking
mas o
about
que se
70
gasta em outras
billion, but
atividades que não dizem
what do you
nenhum
spend in other
respeito
activities that
à
has
comunidade
nothing
ou
to
bem
do with the
comum?
community of
Na
the common
comissão de saúde,
good?
que eu sou vice-presidente, sou presidente da frente
And
parlamentar
the
do
commission,
Serviço de
the health
Saúde, eu só faço
commission
isso
that
no
I'm the
parlamento,
president,
praticamente.
that's what I do in the parliament. That's my
Nós temos
role
mais de
there.
1.700
Have
projetos na
more
Comissão
than
de Saúde, e diria que
1,700
90% deles
projects,
são
and
projetos
90% are
infrutíferos. Não são bons para o
not
Estado,
fruitful.
não são
They're
bons para
not
o
good to the
cidadão,
state, they're not good to the
não são bons para
population,
a
they're
sociedade,
not good to the society,
mas tem um custo,
but they have a
não um
cost,
investimento. Então, esse é o
not an
novo deputado.
investment.
E não vai uma crítica aos deputados.
So
Vai uma crítica a quem escolhe os deputados.
it's not going
Quem
to
coloca
the
quem os
the
deputados.
Congress people. We're
Estão
doing
lá
this for
para
those
fazer um
who
serviço. E
have
é lá que a gente consegue
the
avançar em muitas
the Congress
questões.
people there,
Quando
the
tem o sexto mandato,
voters, and that's
4
how we
estaduais, 2
can
federais,
um, make a choice. I see the terms of the congressman, and I see a certainty that the next Congress is going to be worse than this. The good people are getting away of the public life. I don't see young people wanting to get into the public life. And Tony, your fight had some effect. It was in the ministry, your idea were there for just a short time, but the supplementary health and the public health they work together, but they need to be hired or not, or by the government. And there's another thing that we need to defend, which is the independence of Anvisa. It should be independent, not a governmental agency. And CONITAC is a governmental agency. Anvisa shouldn't be. And Anvisa doesn't have enough people to make it work. We don't have enough people there. We had a problem in Brazil last week. I received a call, I'm not going to say whom, but we needed to validate materials for peritoneal dialysis. Because there's going to be a shortage in a couple of days. We managed to expedite everything, but we didn't have people at Anvisa to authorize this importation. Bureaucratic issues, ideological. We shouldn't have ideological issues when you're dealing with health. It shouldn't be a problem. Your fight, Tony, clinical research. I was one of the editors, the writer of this law. We have a mission, we went as a mission to Johns Hopkins in the US, with the 3 Brazilian speakers in the US. I went, one of them was from the same city that I'm from, and she was there because she couldn't start their research in Brazil. They are leaving the country. We have a high level of scientists in Brazil that are really leaving the country. For me, there was a field to expedite the clinical research in Brazil. Brazil has a continental dimension. We have multiracial. We are a multiracial country. We have black, white, Italian, Japanese. Brazil was the 20th country in practice of public health, and now where are we? And now we have all those commas coming from the Congress, from the Parliament, and we have 2 vetoes. I have a lot of strength coming from this project. We approved it as a constitutional amendment. With two-thirds of the Congress, we managed to approve. It was unlikely and unbelievable, but the congressmen, they don't know anything, but they had access to the knowledge of the importance of the clinical research, and it was finally approved. And one comma could bring out all this work. So the Congress is very important. That is where you're going to advance or not all what we do in health. I'm in my 6th term, and I could stop, but I had COVID. I had COVID in 2021. I was part of the only commission that worked during that time. I was hospitalized for 15 days. I was intubated. People don't believe that I'm still here. And then I reflected on my life, and God was really good to me. I have good health. My family is in good health, and not only medicine, I was the secretary of health and transportation in the state of Rio Grande do Sul. I helped to work in important laws during the pandemic, and then I realized that I couldn't keep that to me. I had to share this with the society. We need advancement, we need evolution, and we shouldn't be omitted. I left medicine, and I was a quite good doctor, but I worked with transplantations and now I'm a politician, and I try to get the knowledge to the Congress. I don't know much about agriculture, but I follow those who know about agriculture, and that's the same thing with health. We need to insist and persist to go after laws and make it work. This is crucial, and this is something that in Parliament we can have all these products. I know the difficulties or the challenges that we have. And Kim, one of the challenges that we have is to have an independent Anvisa. That's the most important thing. We don't have people, enough people in Anvisa. We have an independent agency to regulate the complementary system. But we are missing, there's something that we are still missing, is reaching the end where the patients are. All the technology that is the result of lots of investments from the industry. It invests 18, 19% of new technologies. In a time that we live, we are getting older. It's a different time to have the pandemic. We're going to have other pandemics coming, new disease, and we are getting older. And rare patients are not just a few. We have 3 million rares, more than the population of many countries. Special people, if you have they need to have the right medication at the right time. They can be integrated to the society, participate, and help us a lot.
Preocupação, o aumento de autistas no Rio Grande do Sul, de Downs no Rio Grande do Sul.
An increase in the population of autistic people in Rio Grande do Sul, of Down syndrome in Rio Grande do Sul. And we have an obligation to include them, to bring them in. So in these seminars, I see an opportunity to bring these problems to light, to present them to an audience, and to also bring these topics home to reflect on them and develop solutions. Here is where we saw how important clinical research is. We had a project from 2015 or 14 that was just stuck. I came out of here wanting to start a project. There was one, it was just stuck. People didn't think it was important. This week, I want to tell you that when we overthrew that veto, I prayed and I thanked God for giving me the opportunity to be in Parliament. At that moment, all of the personal sacrifice, the criticism that we receive, the leisure that we have to leave for later, I saw that it was all worth it because I have a life in the public sphere and because we were able to create a regulatory milestone here in Brazil. We have to unjudicialize health. We have to depoliticize healthcare. You have to understand that this is not cost, it is an investment. We invest 2,000 reais per patient. That's not prioritizing health. That's not prioritizing investment into the most precious thing that we have, which is our lives and our healthcare. How much does a representative cost? A judge. It's not my salary or Kim's salary, but the cost that we put on a country is far too great. That needs to be revised. There's so much that's wasted in small issues. And then the price of medication is too expensive. The cost, it's not cost, it's an investment. It's an investment in research. If the product has been approved by serious agencies like the FDA or EMA, and Anvisa has approved it as well, do we still have to revise it once again? That is unserious, and that makes us more and more responsible in our activities to stand for the rights that the public healthcare system confers to citizens, which is full, free access to required treatment. And that's not up for a judge to decide, not up to the Supreme Court, shouldn't be up to them. And not on my watch, not on our watch. And not on your watch, in your struggle, you associations for rare patients. A mom just called me aside and she said she has a child with a rare disease. I am from Sorocaba. I need you to look out for him. You, Tony, had a son in your family. And also inspired by you. You said you're grateful to Brazil, which is a country that took you in, and you had a problem. That's not a problem. It's a story of overcoming. You overcame your struggle to build the first rare disease hospital in the world. In Rio Grande do Sul, now we have a parliamentary front for the rare, which is our initiative. May that spread to all municipality and state parliaments. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Dr. Pedro.
Thank you, Dr. Pedro.
Eu gostaria de aproveitar esse momento para exibir vídeo
I would like to use this moment to show a video sent by Federal Representative Rosângela Moro. She couldn't be here in person, but she still wanted to participate, and she made a point of sending us this video. To those of you participating in the 10th edition of the Cenário of Rare Diseases in Brazil, I would like to welcome you, and I couldn't refrain from sharing some information regarding the decision of the National Court, which is the roundtable I would be part of. Given the immense number of processes, they have made a decision that could apply to all other processes, and then they are breaching into a sphere that belongs to the legislative issue. The Supreme Court says that you need to prove that you have a disease, that you need a medication that the public healthcare system does not offer, and that there is no other medication that's right for you. If you are turning to the judicial system to seek treatment, that is not up to you. And now the Supreme Court needs to show why Conitec has not approved it. Often the Conitec does not approve even medication that has been approved for certain diseases because of other reasons, including financial ones. Now I want to expand this conversation into the rooms of Conitec to formalize a clinical protocol for therapeutic guidelines for diseases that are being debated in Conitec. That doesn't go only for rare diseases, it goes for all others. We are in the period between the publication of the law and the day it comes into effect, and we are going to bring rare disease patients and families into Conitec. It is a pleasure to discuss these topics with you, and I thank you for holding this event. Well, there is a huge watch in front of me. Our time has been exceeded, but of course, we'd like to continue discussing. We are taking on the commitment to publish everything that we're discussing here today. We are going to create a publication about this table, and we are going to ask for more contributions. I hope we can rely on your help. And I'd like to briefly hand the floor for final considerations, just 1 minute with Tony, and then we're going to keep debating and we're going to have other debates. Dr. Ramiro? In regards to these decisions, it's very helpful to hear the Representative Rosana speak. We have to consider that this is not any decision. Legal decisions usually go for individuals. I engage in action against you, and then you have to, there is a decision that pertains to you and me. This decision goes for everyone. Usually, these decisions that go for everyone have a legal foundation that's very well established. Usually, those decisions have 130, 180 words. That's the normal size of a legal decision. These decisions, topic 6 has 503 words. 234 has 1,519 in their general repercussion thesis. Almost all of these decisions go from 30 to 150 words. Law 14454, which is the Romário law, which applies to this, has 354 words. The Statute of People with Cancer has just over 1,000 words. So these general repercussion decisions have the size of a law and they have the power of a law, because every legal action that we start tomorrow, when I go back to the public attorney's office, I qualify the author and I say this request fills the prerequisites of all of these decisions. I don't need to mention the Constitution or any laws. What matters is these general repercussion laws. They have the size and power of laws. And following it is mandatory. No one can say, I will not apply that because it's unconstitutional. If the Supreme Court decided it, it is constitutional. So this is a decision that was made by 23 state managers, and it is being applied in the scenario where it has the size of the power of a law. And some of you might be thinking, oh, I have health insurance, I won't be impacted by that. There is legislation that questions the constitutionality between that law and that decision and law 745, which will ask for any requests extra the national health insurance list of medication to abide by those exact same conditions. Among legal scholars around Brazil, the general opinion is that this was the right decision, that they need restraint. Very few people hold our decision in defense of the right of access. And I ask all of you to support us on that. Thank you. Dr. Murilo? Well, the old saying goes, if you love someone, you take care of them. And all of us are here with the ideal of caring for our loved ones. And we have a choice on whether we want to care for them with access or without. And I think that's an obvious choice. So it's important to keep promoting debate, to keep taking care of our loved ones, the people we want the good of. These legal decisions by the Supreme Court, to me, they seem that the judiciary and civil society as a whole were not ready to receive that as it stands. So now, from a pragmatic standpoint, we need to change that scenario. We need to show that we need to move forward and offer access to our patients and our society. From the standpoint of the pharmaceutical industry, it seems to me that we can help increasingly more, not just with investment, research, and products, but also offering access to the evidence that's there in the market so that people will have dignified access to diagnosis and treatment. That is what I wanted to end with. Thank you once again and congratulations. Dr. Nelson? Well, first of all, I'd like to address my friend Pedro. The legislative and the judiciary systems are required. Kim as well. But that necessarily goes through the executive and the healthcare system. In order to address the complexity, the information, there is a project that will combine short and long term, and that is necessarily going to go through the executive branch. So we need to back them in this task. There is no me, you, and them. This is a country that's standing for the same thing, which is society. And my great concern is to not have a situation where something is perfect on paper, but not in practice. Society needs us to help this get to them. We're worth what good we bring others. So my concern today is, how do we understand why this isn't working? How do we change? And of course, I'll do whatever it takes, but I want to make it clear that this is everyone's task. It's not one or the other. And I just hope that we can truly improve what we deliver, because that's how we improve society, and I hope that happens fast. Renato? Tony, I'll keep you last so you can wrap up. Well, thank you, Andrea. I'll try and be very quick. I think the pharmaceutical industry, Interpharma, has 40 associate companies. They fill a very hard role, which is very insecure, which is innovating, changing people's lives radically. And the world has said, Pedro, that there is nothing that's as well established than medication. Phase 1, phase 2, randomized, double-blind studies, technique that goes to the limit, and that's creating reference for technical research. And I think here, maybe the Supreme Court, or rather all of us, need to keep technicians and specialized, based on the best technique, speaking. As soon as you stop discussing an agreement on who foots the bill, to start discussing criteria, that commission is lost. And we knew a lot of what was being discussed there with a higher degree of technique than they had access to. Health is investment. There's no question about that. Not appropriately treating 7 diseases in Brazil from 2018 to 2022 and that's an international consultantship that did that research, wasted $72 billion in our public healthcare system. And that's just 7 diseases. One of them is migraines. And it lost the Brazilian economy $7 billion. And you know some of my family history, Tony. I had patients of rare diseases in my country. When you don't, in my family, sorry, and when you don't stop it in time, my dad died when he was 57. He gave a lot to our country. How much did we lose then? That's the loss of not investing in disease treatment, in disease medication. Not everyone has the technical skill for that, but that's when Parliament really excels, is when they hear the people who do. The agencies really do need to be restructured. They're losing their capacity. And I still need to say, not necessarily specific solutions are going to solve the problem. A professor of mine, Nelson, who used to be a minister, Nelson, he says, this is an agency. You're not going to solve every problem here. There are technical skills addressed to that, and you need that technical skill to reach the end of the process. I believe and agree with many of the opinions here, but I do believe that fixing theses with the force of law has exposed the incorporation system of Conitec. That's a technical agency linked to the ministry, and it's 10 years old. When I worked in the Ministry of Health, I worked in the creation of that law in 2011, 2012, under Guimarães. And we started from that old model of old CTEC. We had 2 clinical trials that we had to bring with us to discuss at a round table, and we had printed resources. And then we decided to make purchases that were worth millions of reais. So I started with a model that had nothing to now with Conitec. I do believe that that's evolution. I don't think we need to extinguish Conitec. It needs to be continually improved and strengthened. Under or the ministry or not remains to be seen. Maybe it should be linked to a different agency. We still need to understand that, but it's about moving forward. Conitec has recently undergone an audit by the Public Accounts Court. And I think they've done great work with capillarity, with the nets. And I really do think that those need to be heard in processes and that judges' decisions have continually the support of these legal nuclei. Kim? I just want to thank you once again for having me, congratulating everyone in charge of Casa Hunter, here represented by Tony. And I want to say that I am at your service in the National Congress. And once again, reinforce the request for the technical subsidies, the designs of projects that we can create in the legislative branch. And in that sense, I agree with the minister that there is a structural solution in the executive branch, but whatever we can do in legislative, I am at your service and I'm willing to learn and get developed in this topic, so that we can have a legislation that maybe is not ideal, but the one that addresses the reality of families that today are desperate to save their loved ones. Thank you. Dr. Pedro, Tony,
Continue
don't give up.
fazendo da 10ª edição
Keep on
mais
making
10,
this
mais
10th
20
edition
Depois, os temas de casa.
the best one yet, and then another
O Kim já
10,
vai ser
another
relator
15 editions.
da Rosângela.
Kim is going to participate in Rosângela's project. And I want to say that we need to talk. Every Tuesday, we need to get everyone together that's in health in Brazil, in Brasilia, and discuss. And we agree on most topics. Where we diverge, we can each address our own issues. But we need to get everyone together, operators, Cena Saúde, self-management, Unimed, the pharmaceutical industry. And that's where clinical research started, through politics, through conversation, through disagreements. But what brings us all together here is patients, citizens. The structural decisive issue, I agree with Taj, but it's undoable. The past government had 4 health ministers. Every time we change, everything starts over. We're on the 2nd this year. And we need to take on our responsibilities. We pass on to the judiciary the laws that we create, and a poorly made law creates incredible damage. So it is the parliament. We need to be careful about what we do, when we do it, and mind the consequences of our decisions. I said 1,700 processes in the Healthcare Commission, 90% of which are inefficient, ineffective. They get votes, but not results. It's more important to stop a project like that than start a new one. But Tony, don't give up. We're here. Tony, please. It's so wonderful to see each of you speak, and it's really an honor to have a table, a round table that's as rich as this one, and to hear so many different standpoints to build something that's needed by the rare community. Today, I speak on behalf of all of them, and I say that they're all anguished by what's happening in our country. It's an incredible setback that where it comes to access for medication for rare diseases in Brazil. I agree with Minister Tash. If we had a proactive executive branch that understood the ecosystem of facing rare diseases, we did not need to go to Congress to say, for the love of God, let's fix this conduct, fix these issues, and improve the system. And in the Ministry of Health, we are lucky today, we need to mention that as well. For the first time, we have a coordination for rare diseases in the Ministry of Health with a highly competent person leading it, Dr. Nassim Monsores. He's here with us today. But I wanted to see him not as a coordinator, but as secretary of rare disease, so that they have their own budget, so that then he can put together a structural national plan and with his own budget execute that plan. And so we wouldn't have to turn to the National Congress all the time, but we do that constantly to either change a mistake made by the executive branch or make sure that access is democratic. And even a bill, once it's approved, needs the executive to implement it. We'll always need to do that work. Now, I have another request to our representatives here, Dr. Kim, Pedro. and Coronel Tadeu, all federal representatives, Rosângela's project 168 of 2024. And that is something I tell all of you. All of you know a federal representative in your family or amongst your friends. And we need to put pressure so that next year we will announce the approval of that bill. Because then we will be able to say that we made sure that people with rare diseases have full access. I want each and every one of you to call your representatives, the ones you know, and pressure them objectively to approve this bill as soon as possible so that we can change this reality. Because I see people who were in treatment for years, and with all minorities, unfortunately, that's over. Just got a negative decision and they can no longer continue treatment. And even worse, that's even worse than someone who's looking for new treatment. So what's happening today is genocide. We want to remove the access of people who are born with rare diseases. They have no fault of that. We have to save in other areas, not healthcare. In any money that you spend in treatment is an investment. It's not a cost. Without health, we are nothing. Thanks to the National Congress, we will be able to reverse many wrongful decisions of the executive. That's why, Dr. Nelson, we need to act together. When one day you become the new minister, create a special secretary's office for rare diseases, and Nathan as well. Thank you, everyone.
Muitíssimo obrigada, André, pela condução dessa mesa tão
Thank you, André, for hosting this table. Please, everyone, come to the front of the stage to take our picture.
Como eu já disse, vocês são muito mais estilosos do que a mesinha, né?
You're so much more stylish than the tables.
Só sobe o som para dar aquele animozinho para eles, sabe, para dar aquele sorriso
So,
para foto.
turn up the volume so they can smile at the picture.
Assim que eu tiver o ok dos fotógrafos, a gente segue.
As soon as the photographers say okay.
Não vai embora ainda não, que eu tenho recado para passar, viu? Senão ninguém
Don't
vai saber que horas
leave.
que
I have
voltar.
messages, otherwise you won't know what time to come back.
Vamos fazer o seguinte, ó, já vou trazendo as informações finais porque o pessoal já tá com fome aparentemente.
I will give you my final considerations.
Dessa mesa tão importante para a comunidade dos pacientes com doenças raras e para os seus cuidadores.
Thank you for being here in this very important roundtable for people with rare diseases and their relatives. We are going to have a pause that's just under an hour and a half. At 2 p.m., please come back. We count on you not to be late because the discussions for the afternoon are amazing. If you're watching us online, that pause goes to you as well. Go have your lunch and come back. In an hour and a half, we'll be back. Thank you.
Existem de 6 a 8 mil tipos de doenças raras, em que 30% dos pacientes morrem antes dos 5 anos de idade. 70
Estamos de volta. Que
We
bom
are
vê-los todos
back.
de volta
Good to
aqui.
see you
Sejam muito
again.
bem-vindos de volta, né,
Welcome
à 10ª edição
back
do Cenário
to
das
the 10th
Doenças
edition
Raras no
of
Brasil.
the
Antes de a gente
landscape
continuar, eu quero agradecer
of rare
imensamente a
disease in
todos que
Brazil.
estiveram de
Before we
volta aqui
start, I'd like
no
to thank you
horário
so
certinho,
much
tá? Já trazendo
for
pouquinho, mas
you
tá tudo
who
certo, só
came
para que de
back
fato
on time, a little
pudesse
bit late,
todo
but
mundo bem
so
alimentado,
everybody
todo mundo feliz
could
para mais
have
uma tarde
lunch.
de evento.
Is everybody happy?
Eu quero aproveitar, ó,
Did
para
you eat
agradecer o pessoal
well?
de Curitiba,
Great. I'd
da
like to
Aliança de
thank
Raras do
the
Paraná
guys
e da
from
Andrade que
Curitiba,
vieram aqui para
from
participar com a
Aliança de
gente.
Raras
Esse pessoal.
Paraná, who are here to
Ó, é
participate
isso
with
que eu
us.
gosto,
Who
é
are
essa
they?
empolgação que
Oh,
eu gosto.
right.
E eu aproveito
That's
para
the
agradecer
way
a
I
presença
like
do
it.
vereador
Thank you
Wagner
so
Alves, que
much.
está aqui com a gente. Uma
Our
salva de palmas para ele também, por
councilman
favor.
Wagner Geraldes.
Bom, e
An
seguimos agora para a
applause to him
segunda
as well.
mesa. Ela
Now
será
let's
dedicada
go
à
to our
navegação do
second
paciente
roundtable.
raro no
It's going
sistema
to
de
be
saúde, tanto
the
público
navigation
quanto
of
privado.
rare
E para
patients
coordenar a
in the
discussão, a gente conta
public
com a
and
ajuda da
private
Natália Cominali,
sectors.
jornalista
We are going to
especializada
count
em
on
saúde
Natalia
e fundadora do
Cominelli, a
podcast
journalist
Futuro da Saúde. Seja muito
with
bem-vinda,
expertise
Natália.
in health. Welcome, Natalia, who's going to be our moderator.
E participam ainda dessa mesa a
And
senhora
for
Ana
this
Cristina
stadium, you're going to
Martins, da
have
ANS,
Ms. Cristina Martins from ANS, the Brazilian National
a doutora
Health
Carmela Grindler, da
Agency,
Secretaria
Carmela
Estadual de Saúde
Grimberg
de São Paulo.
from the São Paulo Health
Remotamente, estamos
Secretariat.
recebendo a doutora Durhane
We're going to
Convido,
have
CEO da
Dr.
Organização
Duhan from
Canadense
Herger,
para
the
Doenças
CEO
Raras,
of the Canadian Association for Rare Disease.
o doutor
She's
Eduardo
online.
Almeida,
Dr.
Head of
Eduardo
Strategic
Almeida, Head of
Success and Public
Strategic
Affairs da
of
Takeda,
Success and Public Affairs at Takeda.
a senhora Gabriela Tanus, do
Ms.
Instituto
Gabriela
Brasileiro de
Tanus from
Valor
the
em
Brazilian
Saúde,
Institute of
IBRAVS,
Value in Health, IBRAVS.
Dr. Luiz Henrique Mandetta,
Dr.
Ministro
Luiz
da
Henrique
Saúde de
Mandetta,
2019 a 2020,
Minister
que
of
vai
Health
participar
from
remotamente,
2019 to 2020. He's going to be remotely with
e o
us as
Dr.
well.
Natan Monsores,
Dr. Nathan
Coordenador-Geral de
Mansoures,
Doenças Raras do
the
Ministério
General
da
Coordinator
Saúde,
of Rare Disease for the Ministry of Health.
Dr. Roberto Giuliani,
Dr. Roberto
Presidente da
Giuliani,
Casa
the
dos Raros,
President of Casa dos Raros, the House of Rares.
Senhor Sandro Hilário, do
Mr.
Sistema
Sandro Hilario
Cross,
from the Cross System.
a senhora Silvia Sphere,
Ms.
diretora
Sylvia Sphere,
executiva de acesso ao mercado
Executive
da Bayer,
Director of Market Access to the Market from
Senhor Thiago
Bayer.
de Menezes Gonçalves,
Mr.
diretor
Thiago
executivo
Menezes
de
Gonçalves, the
acesso ao
Executive
mercado e
Director
assuntos
of
estratégicos da
Access to
AstraZeneca.
Market at AstraZeneca.
Bom, agradecemos a presença de
So
todos
thank you
e
so
pedimos
much
atenção ao
for being
cronômetro
here
que vai
today,
nos
and
ajudar
let's pay
no
attention
controle do
to
tempo.
the
Natália,
time,
a
okay?
palavra é toda sua.
Natalia, you have the floor.
Oi, oi, oi. Oi, agora
Hello,
sim.
can you hear
Gente,
me?
boa tarde, tudo bem?
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you
prazer enorme
doing?
estar aqui
It's
com
a great
vocês
pleasure to
para
be with
mediar
you
essa
today to
discussão
mediate
em
this
que a gente vai ter
discussion.
oportunidade de se
And you're going to have the
aprofundar num tema
opportunity to go
extremamente importante quando a gente
over
fala do
a
cenário de
topic that
doenças raras.
is extremely
Antes de
important when we
começar,
talked
eu
about
queria já
rare
agradecer
disease.
à Casa Hunter
Before we
pelo
start, I'd like to
convite,
thank
dizer
Casa
que é uma
Hunter
honra
for
estar
the
aqui
invitation. It's
nesse
an honor to
evento
be
que é
here
tão relevante quando a
in
gente olha para o
this an
cenário de
event that is
doenças
so
raras no nosso
relevant when you
país.
think
Ele
about
é
a rare
tradicional,
disease
ele é
scenario in
relevante,
Brazil.
ele
It's very
coloca dentro da
traditional, it's
pauta
very relevant, it
discussões que a
brings to
gente precisa
the agenda
ter aqui e
discussions
levar
that we
adiante.
need to
Então, de
have
novo, é um
and
prazer.
take
Queria dizer o seguinte, a gente
further
vai ter aqui pela
with us.
próxima
So
1h30
for the next hour and a
uma
half,
discussão
you're going to
aprofundada,
have
tem
a
aqui algumas
deep
perguntas
discussion, have some
pré-determinadas. Já nos avisaram sobre a
questions.
questão do tempo, então vou fazer a
They
função de coordenar
told me
essa
about the
conversa
time,
aqui com
so I'll
todos
try
vocês.
to
Mas para começar,
coordinate
eu
this
queria trazer
conversation.
pouco de
But before we
contexto,
start, I'd
como
like
foi me
to
pedido, né? A gente vai ver aqui,
give
daqui a
you
pouco na tela,
a
slide que
context.
vai trazer
You're
pouco
going to see on the
de
screen
contexto
a
de como é que
slides
a
that are
gente
going
olha
to
para o
give you an
fluxo do
idea of how
paciente com doença
we
rara
see
aqui no
the
Brasil.
flow of
Deixa eu ver se
patients
ele vai aparecer na
of
tela.
with rare disease here in
A gente vai
Brazil.
ter o slide? Pronto, está aqui. Nesse
Okay.
primeiro quadro, tem
On
resumo
the
do
first
fluxo do
chart,
paciente com
we
doença
have the
rara,
summary
aqui
of
identificado como
the
PCDR,
flow
e
chart
também
of people,
informações sobre os sistemas de
patients with rare
dados e
disease, the
serviços
PCDR,
existentes hoje no
and
SUS.
the data
Do lado
system
esquerdo, a
of
gente vê
service,
fluxo que
existing
começa na
service
atenção
as
primária
the
de
public
saúde,
center,
nos
a
postos
public
públicos de
service.
atendimento,
We
onde o
have
profissional de saúde
the
suspeita de
the
alguma
health professional
doença rara.
suspects that
Daí
there's a rare
encaminha o
disease,
paciente com
then going to
suspeita
refer the
de
patient
diagnóstico da
with
doença
a
rara aos
suspicion
serviços
of diagnosis to
especializados, que se
specialized
dividem
services that are divided into reference health services and special attention services. The reference rare disease services have 27 units. These are excellent centers responsible for the diagnostics, and with a therapeutic plan for rare disease patients. It's important to have that in context to do an introduction of our discussion. It has 9 units to provide continuous support and treatment for previous diagnosed rare disease patients without further studies. And then we have the care line for rare disease from the Ministry of Health. We have to home care, and you have other organizations that are part of the civil society. So on the right-hand side, we have a list of systems and services that allow a follow-up and management of patients. They are all under development with the telemedicine. And we are going to discuss the technological challenges from the complexity point of view and the journey of this patient. We know more than anyone the time that it takes for a patient to have their diagnosis and what happens afterwards, and what is the role of digitalization. It's a little bit macro view of our discussion, so it's important to land where we are, and then you're going to another slide to illustrate the discussion. Now, to start, we have here online with us our former Minister of Health, Minister Mandetta, and I'd like to ask him a question.
Ele está aqui com a gente. Boa tarde, tudo bem, ministro?
Minister, good afternoon. How are you? Dr. Mandetta, I'd like to listen from you. For 2 years, you were ahead of the ministry, or leading the Ministry of Health, and thinking about the system flows that I just showed you. Today, on your point of view, what are the possible improvements within this system? What are the critical factors for the success of this system? What can you identify here? First of all, thank you for the invitation, Tony, as a hunter. I'd like to congratulate you, Natalia, on your behalf to all people on this round table. I asked to be the first to talk because I'm in the city of Mato Grosso. I'm not in São Paulo, and I'm in the middle of an event. So the 21st century is going to be a fantastic century to live in genetics. After deciphering the human DNA with the genome, the human genome, the humanity start to find some points in this puzzle, which is the complete DNA, and have a correlation with the syndromes of proteins that have been so detailed in history by several researchers. And so far, we had a scenario of difficult diagnosis, brilliant diagnosis, but we didn't have treatment. Pretty much no treatment. We could provide comfort to patients, the family support groups, but our experience was really painful for all of us, the caretakers, parents, family, with all its impact. From the time we started to get the DNA and start editing this DNA, we can correct DNA. And in 2018, 2019, we changed the reality of rare disease. This change is so dramatic that today we have a record number of molecules for the addition of DNA. The most different situations, ALS, and so on and so forth, starting with ALS and then going further. And what can we do now with a system that wasn't prepared for this reality of having a therapy? Because we don't have a therapy without diagnosis. And the therapy is coming for a short time of diagnosis compared to the chronic difficulty that we have with geneticists, excellence centers, and where we can have this diagnosis. In this sequence, we have a time that the minister didn't approach, that is a prenatal diagnosis. We have several syndromes with heart malformations that you can see on the ultrasound. We have some changes that we can suspect of a difference. We don't have genetics advisory for couples planning to conceive and who can have a family history of a genetic anomaly. And after pregnancy, and we have the birth, the first exam, the first contact of this baby with a health professional, we have a low level of clinical diagnosis with initial changes or alterations. And the first 6 months of the baby, when you already have to realize some delay in the motor development, to have some other subtle changes that will lead the person with 5, 6 years old and no diagnostic. That is the challenge that we have when we talk about navigating, which is the name of our roundtable. We're talking about a boat. And in this boat, we have everyone, the pharmaceutical industry, researchers. So we have to improve genetic tests, especially for those diseases where we already have a therapy. If you have the therapy, we should start thinking about doing the genetic tests together with the neonatal screening test, so we can have the genetic diagnosis early on and define the way we are going to work with specialty centers, more specialized in rare disease. I worked in building the Congress Front for Rare Disease. I think I was the minister that has really walked hand in hand with the policies for rare disease. And I spoke with Tony to have the first hospital for rare disease in the state of São Paulo. With the milestones of clinical research in Brazil, a specialty hospital could be very, very important to everyone, to the industry, for tests, to improve diagnosis, to improve prevention and expedite everything. Once we have a boat that can navigate all these obstacles that are actually breaking the boats, like that are sinking boats, when we are in the system, we can have a kind of good performance. But if you don't have the support network, when we are living in a system like we have today, I mean, I've referred patients in São Paulo to Casa Hunter to support them in São Paulo so they can figure out a way out of judicialization. So we have a vacuum, we have in prenatal, pre-screening, low number of experts, number of genetic tests to support therapy early on, very fragile. But today we do have an industry that is researching, is coming up with solutions. They need to discuss, and I'm really happy to have first-line labs here to discuss how to make the price of these therapies cheaper, maybe creating a type of intra-hospital sales and not open for the same logic as high blood pressure drug. So we can look for a logic of introducing these medications in Brazil. We have the first when I was the minister, we shared some ideas, but we have more space to grow, more ideas to come up with. We are going the right way. We are starting to recognize our barriers. Today, we do have good captains in our health system, in the federal, municipal, and state level. But with these partners, I'm sure that this navigation will lead us to a safe haven. An applause, and thank you so much for your participation, former Minister Luiz Henrique Mandetta. It was a pleasure to have you here. I know that you have a very busy agenda, so thank you so much for participating. Carrying on, Luiz Henrique Mandetta brought us a little bit of a diagnostics when we look at the rare disease scenario in Brazil. Within healthcare, I've been following the importance of data integration and how it still needs to
saúde pública, mas também da saúde suplementar. Pensando especificamente agora na saúde pública, e agora eu destino a minha pergunta ao Natan. Eu queria pouco da tua visão, como é coordenar
ask Natan a question. What is your point of view from the
e como superar essas barreiras? A gente tem avançado dentro desse contexto?
This data issue.
Boa tarde a todos e todas novamente.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I did my self-description, but in any case, I'm going to do it again for an ethical point of view. I'm a white man, brown hair, a gray beard. I have a pink t-shirt, a pink shirt, and I'm happy to be here today. To talk about data integration, we need to have something clear. I've heard all these topics discussed in the morning. We talk about rare disease as if they were a monolithic, as if it were a monolithical entity. Easy definition, easy understanding. But we are talking about a huge diversity of conditions with different and complex characteristics from a care and a system point of view. Huge clinical heterogeneity from an epidemiological point of view as well. So when we talk about data, we need to have it all very clear that you're talking about some groups of disease, of very well-defined genetic base. So other diseases are polygenical. They're a lot more complex, and you have a huge group of other conditions that are immunomediated that are going to be part of a different scenario. So the issue is to harmonize this clinical diversity in terms of records. That's not easy. Records the evolution and the care of a disease with neurodevelopment of a neurodegenerative base. It's going to have different characteristics and performance, a difference from immunomediated disease, for example. I'm not going to only talk about problems, but let's talk about solutions here. The Ministry of Health today has the Secretary of Digital Health being treated very seriously with common repositories, national data networks, but just like any other large healthcare system, we have some issues. First of all, is unified digital form. Why unified? Because the Ministry of Health does not control states and municipalities. I mean, sometimes I think that people believe that the Ministry of Health gives the order and the state and municipalities obey it blindly. No, we are a federation. Every state, every city has some autonomy. So throughout the past 2 decades, several models and systems were implemented. Of course, we have some level of harmonization among some standards, some norms, but where I'm trying to get is right now the Ministry of Health have been trying to give some qualitative leaps in having an electronic record, especially in university hospitals at a second and tertiary level. We will allow the identification, classification, typification, and accounting of epidemiologic data. And it's going to start to be more clear for us some profiles. Of course, there's a pioneer work done for Dr. Teremos at the Porto Alegre group, a Brazilian group of data gathering to have a minimum amount of data about rare disease. Is a Brazilian definition of data record and the existence of these records, harmonized records. That's where the Ministry of Health is looking at, integrating current basis, some sort of technological innovation in what has to do with communication of the large systems, so we'll be able to flag early on a child with a rare disease in our system. I don't agree with the image that was shown here. I think the model that we've brought, I mean, it's part of from the Ministry of Health, but you cannot forget that rare disease doesn't have a gatekeeper. It doesn't have one single entry point in the network. Some people will come through the neonatal screening, other emergency, other surgical assessment, and they identify the rare disease. So we have several entry points, and that can complicate our records. Excellent. Thank you for your comments. Important to bring the voice of those that are leading this work right now. I'm going to keep asking you. It's very important what you told us about what is being worked and what are the focus of the Ministry of Health for a rare disease. Sometimes it feels like things could happen faster, but there are some complexities so that things can really move further. Lines. You said that when you talk about rare disease, you're not talking about a specific disease. It's very diverse, very heterogeneous. The issue is what we have today, according to data, is that people usually wait for 5 years and 4 months to receive, to have access to the diagnosis and assistance and treatment, of course. So we follow the focus for the Ministry of Health, looking at lines for other disease, not only rare disease. But what have been done to try to reduce these lines when you look at rare disease? I'm a researcher, and I have a socialist and Marxist base. So the first thing we have to discuss when you talk about lines, when you think about collective health, is equity. An average is a good assessment of what we have of inequities in the system. So yes, the waiting time on average for rare disease is long, but we have other experiences that are different from what rare disease are we talking about when we talk about a long line. There are some conditions that the pediatrician and the team can identify very early on in the primary care and do the follow-up and provide the necessary care. But these conditions are mainly morphological changes, and you're not going to have the medication or or very up-to-date technology. But yes, there is a line. But there are other conditions, especially those that affect adults or those with a chronic and progressive landscape, that the set of signs and symptoms would be confused with other more common conditions. And then we have the lines. What line are we talking about? Today, we don't have an expert of rare disease in Brazil. We have Professor Giuliani, of course, geneticist. We have neuroscience experts. And the lines will vary, but that depends on the dynamic of each state and the health unit in regulate and organize these access. So talking about lines is not something simple. I've heard people proposing, oh, let's create an app and you're going to solve all the problems. It doesn't work like that. We cannot simplify processes that are not simple. Today, the line depends on what? Let's try to organize it. First of all, we have organizing the service. Arriving at the service and being able to access the service. In our basic care service, we try to solve this problem, to have a health strategy close to the family, to try to provide some sort of solvability to these cases. But in some certain situations, the line will depend on the amount of professionals available, the logistics of the services, and an element that is extremely regulated today, which is the bed. The amount of beds that we have a policy to regulate this system. Sometimes people don't understand that the line for a surgery is highly regulated. We have the prosecutor's office regulating this line. So, but for this line, we also have other characteristics, some acute characteristics like urgency and emergencies. In some situations, it doesn't matter if you have a chronic, stable, rare disease. For some rare disease, you have the acuteness of signs and symptoms. When they become acute, then this person needs to get into a different line. The character of the line is it's a cross-functional one. What's the best solution? To organize the access. The pandemic brought us some positive experiences. The number of geneticists at the Brazilian health system have like 180 professionals for the whole country. So how can I guarantee the access of someone with a genetic situation? We have 180, 200 professionals. So you have to start working with what? Telemedicine, not a physical access, but mediated by technology to these professionals. I could repeat that for other, like immunologists at the Brazilian health system, a rheumatologist that is in charge of, that is an expert in health, in rare disease. So to regulate all these lines, we have to go through different process. We need to have the service available. So we have different factors. To attack that, what have we trained as the Ministry of Health? What have we been trying to do with more experts, for example? To propose innovative strategies in telemedicine for some specialties, the support in the private system. We're going to make made available to our public system. And at a certain point, you're going to reach patients with rare disease, especially for those with chronic conditions. We cannot, we can speak days talking about lines, but what is important for the Ministry of Health is equity. We are not going to prioritize a condition just because we have a high-cost medication available. We need to prioritize what needs to be prioritized: urgency, emergency, life threats is a difficult and deep ethical concern. Thank you for, it's not easy to be on this side. I apologize because I didn't self-describe me. I'm a white woman with mid-sized hair, blonde. I have today gray skirt and a black jacket. Thank you for your answer. Now I'm going to ask Silvia Sfer a question. The goal of this round table is to think about this dialogue, this collaborative dialogue, or listening to all stakeholders present in this ecosystem, what helps to form the public policy, those that are part of developing the innovations. And within this context, my question is, looking at this roundtable, looking at the flow of rare patients at the Brazilian health system, what are the possibilities as you see for improvement? It's a pleasure to be here with you. Such a eclectic roundtable full of different stakeholders. Congratulations of Casa Hunter team for organizing this event. My self-description, before I forget, I have white skin, I have long hair, I'm blonde, I'm wearing a gray suit, and I have dark shoes. And I have brown hair, brown eyes. I have to be used to self-describing. Well, the question is very important. I'm going to take advantage and repeat what Nathan said. I think that the great opportunities, as he said, are in access to diagnosis. He said that patients have different entry points, hospital, emergency, pediatrics, and so on and so forth. So within these areas, we should have a technical training so that when a patient arrives at a pediatrics outpatient hospital, and they can identify why they cannot advance in the diagnostics, and then the doctor can refer this patient to a certain specialty. We have 600 professionals in our what we call the UBS, the basic care units, and it's good to do this training. It's easy to do this training when you have an agency open the doors to train the UBS, the basic health units, because we know that every state is a state, every city is a city. It's not difficult, it's complicated. If once you have the diagnosis, they know how to do it, it's great. We've had this experience, and it's been great so far for a disease that's now part of the public health system, and we felt the problem of finding a diagnosis at the basic care, the eye disease, the retina disease. So it's a great training. We have tests. They receive credits for the courses taken. Everything is online, and we can reach 600,000 professionals. I think it's fantastic because the Brazilian public health system is huge. It's something beautiful, and it's the first step for us. And I'm really happy that the ministry, through CONASEM, this agency has this opening. We don't talk about products. We train the doctor to find a quick diagnosis and refer this patient as early as possible to specialty hospitals or outpatient hospitals. The second point is, once you have the diagnosis, this patient will need access to treatment. When I talk about access, it's not access to the drug, but to the whole treatment that this patient is going to need. And this treatment, sometimes it's included in the protocol of the Brazilian health system, in the care lines. Others are not. Those that are still face some bottlenecks. Every city is a city, every state is a state. So the Ministry of Health can provide some guidelines, but the states need to execute these guidelines. And 1 month they have the product, the following month they don't have the problem. 1 month you can do the test, the other month you cannot do the test. So this is a place is where we can have some improvement. Then third point is the communication between the UBS and access to experts. The minister today is really focused on that, how the experts can try to reduce the lines and treat the patients faster, because the longer it takes for treating a patient, it's going to be a bigger cost to the system. And the patient is going to develop the disease the way we don't want, right? So I can see that you are focused on that. That's an electronic records to have all the patient's data. And why not use artificial intelligence to improve diagnosis? Today, it's easier to have a more assertive diagnosis. And number 4, but not less important, is to train with information, good information, information that the society, the civil society can actually benefit from medical information, technical information about a disease, about the treatment, and about the Brazilian health system and the supplementary care can offer, so that once they are in front of the doctor or this patient is at home, they can take all the information to the doctor, so the doctor can have a better assessment of the patient. So the family or the caretaker have more knowledge about the disease, so they can take care of their patients at home, because part you're going to be treating the national health system or the supplementary system, but most of caretakers need information to follow up on the treatment so it can be efficient also at home. I think that these are the 4 pillars that I do believe that the Ministry of Health is following, and the protocols of therapies that the ministry publishes. We have some lines of care for each rare disease. I know that we have many, but you have those with more prevalence, more incidence in some regions of the country. And those lines of care should be more clear, so that the health professional at the front line can easily follow and understand. Excellent, awesome points you made. Just to summarize, for those who are online, Silvia brought some potential for improvement, looking at training of these entry points, thinking about the access after this initial time, have this conversation, have this connection of information, the intercommunication, and the use of AI within this context. And again, bringing the knowledge at the front end, how this patient is going to be treated by doctors and also at home. Now I'm going to bring Eduardo to this conversation to find out from what we've brought today, what are the points that you would add to this journey? Those are improvement points.
Boa tarde a todos e a todas.
Primeiramente, agradeço o convite, a Casa Hunter e ao Tony por estar aqui nesse painel tão importante.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, thank you to Casa Hunter and Tony for the invite, for having me here. I will do my audio description. I am a white man with brown hair. My mom says honey-colored eyes. If your mom says something, you have to believe her. I'm wearing a dark gray suit and a pink shirt.
Mandetta já disse coisas bastante relevantes, Natália, o doutor Nathan.
Mandetta has said very relevant things, Dr. Nathan as well. And I understand that Takeda, as a multinational business with over 70 years of operation in Brazil, looking at this flow, looking at 10 or 11 years ago when these policies were created, everything was very different. And it's worth mentioning that the industry in general and Takeda in particular have evolved alongside that. We continue to seek innovative medication for rare diseases. But we also understand that we have an increasingly more important role in the dialogue with ministries and states, and like Sylvia mentioned, Konazensk. The industry has this great capacity to work on education. We have the know-how and we know how to work with it, and capillarity is also something that we can promote. So I see that these partnerships and the dialogue that is very well established are crucial to improve diagnosis at the end of the line, and then improve access, which is what we're considering here today in terms of public policy at the root. When you talk about Konazensk, I think it's fantastic, right? And it's changed so much in the past few years. Konazensk has paved the way for that to happen, and the industry does that and has been doing that increasingly more because there is space for that. When there is space, when there's dialogue and mutual interest, not just to discuss medication, but actually discuss in depth and bring value to the system as a whole, I think things can connect very strongly. And also relying on data and information that is so dispersed that it tends to get in the way of decision making in the private and public sectors. So just so I don't exceed my time, I would like to promote what I think is crucial, which is dialogue and the rush. A patient with a rare disease has no time to wait. This urgency is crucial to bear in mind to everyone involved in the process, to make it evolve to a faster mode of working, and so that in the future we can have a more complete line of care to offer patients. After all, caretaking is much more than just providing medication. So once again, thank you. I would like to hand the floor back to you. Thank you for your considerations. I would like to take advantage of them to ask a question to Thiago. We have discussed improvements which were well addressed by everyone, but we've just heard about dialogue, about cooperation, the government-industry link. You both mentioned Konazensk. And as someone who's been involved in that for a while, do you feel like today we have more space for this type of partnership and dialogue? And where is there still room for improvement of those spaces? Thank you, Nath. Good afternoon, everyone in the auditorium, everyone who's watching remotely. It's an honor to share this roundtable with these authorities. My self-description, I am a light-skinned man with brown hair, grayish beard already. I'm wearing a gray suit. a white shirt, red and blue tie, and brown shoes. It's hard to answer that question. I would like to expand on what Nathan said, because when we talk about rare diseases, everything is so complex. So I think the strategy here should be to bring some simplicity to a complex problem. I think I see three great pillars under which the barriers are organized that are blocking the participation of society as a whole and the pharmaceutical industry. So first of all, we have the range of awareness, which is knowing what the diseases are. Second, we have a challenge for access for patients to receive the technology. And then lastly, an analysis of system that is exceedingly fragmented. So I'll bring an example for each of these blocks to make our discussion easier. First of all, awareness, diagnosis. I see that the role of patient associations, such as Casa Hunter, in bringing knowledge and appropriate knowledge to the population has made a huge difference. And this is not just the role of these patients' association. The government and industries have a role in disseminating high-quality information, not just for the general public, but for doctors as well. Which patients should have access to which technology and when? So it is the role of the pharmaceutical industry to promote that. When we talk about diagnosis, and I don't mean to overstate the obvious, the pharmaceutical industry has a role in financing diagnosis, which is expensive, and make it so that they can have it as quickly as possible so that their treatment makes the most sense that it can. And in the private sector, there should be an opening for diagnosis. And when we move to market access, which is more my area, I see that the pharmaceutical industry and society are committed to bringing submissions to the public and private markets in an increasingly sustainable way. Now, in Brazil, I also see the government being more open to understanding these solutions. I know this isn't new to anyone, but the government has been increasingly looking towards shared risk agreements, which make it easier for both the government and industries to engage in those agreements, which for patients, we saw Dr. Taish speak in the first round table. He said that that's the basis for caretaking. We've been seeing increasingly more specialized agents engaged in turning that into care, you know? And where the pharmaceutical industry can be engaged in a very intense way is through education. I mean, bringing an unbiased knowledge, and I mean without bias towards our technologies. And that means including a cost-effectiveness assessment, but also understanding that that's not going to be the same as the cost-effectiveness assessment that you're going to do with cardiovascular disease. The statistic relevance of rare diseases is very compromised, so I can't use the same balance to assess medication for rare diseases or a more prevalent disease. So our intention is to bring more knowledge. We have these technology assessment cores, which are the NATs that we have right now, so we can help provide the information so that they can do their job, doing assessments in the more optimized possible way. Finally, we have this fragmented system analysis, and that's the hardest one to overcome. My example is going to be focused in the private market, and I won't let me lie. ANS opened a bid for calls for solutions two different diseases. My AstraZeneca, which is the company I work for, brought forth a solution for lung cancer. So why not do a similar process for the public market and for rare diseases as well? I know it's a complex situation that involves lots of stakeholders, but I think it has to start somewhere. Each of these topics could lead to a panel that would last for days, we know that. But these discussions are about starting to understand what problems exist and what problems are being addressed and how, so that we can continue promoting these discussions and these solutions. This question is for Dr. Carla. You are constantly at work with healthcare units that promote care for rare diseases in Brazil. So what are critical items to concentrate efforts and actions for improvement? Can we start with Dr. Carmela? Good afternoon, everyone. I am a white woman. I was born a blonde, now I'm gray. I am 160, chubby, and I'm wearing a navy blue checkered dress. Very June parties in Brazil. I am connected with a public institution and I have to fulfill my ritual. I am representing the State Secretary of Health, Eleusis Paiva, and today I am feeling very empowered. I'm also represented Dr. Tarcísio, the governor of the state of São Paulo. I don't think I'm young enough to think that I am the end of the line and I'm the one who has to come forth and speak. So that's the end of my ritual. I think access is different than care. It's really important to understand access. I'm not going to talk about cross or CIRES because we have representatives here to address that. For example, we are discussing over 1,000 international illness codes to be included in the range of diseases that we address with the public healthcare system. And that's just for the basic municipality network. So we have an access flow and we are going to try to optimize that flow. We have 4 reference services for rare diseases. We're about to have our 5th, God willing, in the 2nd semester. We have the ABC Medicine University Foundation, Unicamp, the University Hospital. We have the University of São Paulo University Hospital in Ribeirão Preto. Just in the 2nd semester, we are going to have a CHC for São Paulo, which is about to become one reference center for rare diseases with a very, very good proposal. And we are awaiting the Botucatu State University of São Paulo. We are having a regionalization policy put into place. We are going to distribute these solutions based on territory. We do understand that rare diseases are a themed network because we need a network of professionals that are not just specialized, but that have expertise in those diseases. I can tell you about the heel prick test as an example of how important it is to have a network of specialists in a specific disease that's meant to be identified. Is it different? Of course, because you improve care. And building lines of care is crucial. I'll use the heel prick test again because it's a convergence in the realm of rare diseases. All of the diseases that are identified in those tests have lifelong caretaking access. Within the regionalization policy, those are the Pan American Health Organization guidelines. I think what I'm talking to you about is began last week, a project to make transition ambulatory units to transfer kids from the children's clinic to the adult clinic. Because thank God our children grew up. I'm a pediatrician. I've been a pediatrician for 45 years old, so I am a witness to this story. I can tell you with absolute certainty that different pediatric units have improved a lot. We didn't have pediatrics when I graduated. We didn't have breathing assistance in the units that we did have for children. It was almost ICU. So now we have an incredible partner who has been coordinating primary attention in the Secretariat of Health. Now she is an academic, she is in the university, and we called her in to bring that critical perspective because we want two things. One is making sure we have the lines of care, and then we want to implement something called share chronic care, because one person with a rare disease cannot have all of their needs met in a single point of assistance. They need assistance from every other structure: education, leisure, religious spaces to collaborate with us. I always tell this story about the Orthodox Jew program or the Orthodox Iranian program, how you can do genetics, you bringing together local cultural issue where someone will say, you have a great gift, this guy is your friend, but unfortunately, despite your dowry, your daughter is going to be married off to a different family. And to those of you who don't know, the people providing that assistance is a religious agent within religious precepts, with great respect to the community people belong to. We don't need to be creative or original. What we need to do is learn from others and repeat the experiences that were successful. Lastly, I want to talk to you about a program that I talked to you about last time, which the Digital Healthcare Initiative in São Paulo is doing. And we are allies. We need to look at the spaces we can fill holistically. Is it digital health? Great. Let me tell you, a lot of the poorly or unresolved diseases are diseases like the ones we're discussing here. So as soon as we decide we can bring patients into a different program to be seen by a nephrologist, a specialist, a geneticist. Can you see the difference? More doctors is another program. We are in the state of São Paulo. I know every time I talk about that, people say, oh, but you keep the state of São Paulo at such a high standard. But I am from here. I'm the first generation of immigrants born in this country. But I'm very proud of the state of São Paulo. I am very proud. So we are going to participate in a program called More Specialists, bringing attention to adult clinics that will be recruited into these programs, or people who were seen in basic care whose problems weren't solved. Something else that we need to address together is a bit of research called We Are Rare, but We Are Many. And now we got, in addition to the credentials from the CHC, we have got from the Ministry of Health, from the health economic system, we got the exam that we were wanting. We got the funds to perform one of the exams that is not included in the current policy, about 2,000 exams. And now we're organizing the offer of that exam in our network so that we can increment the rare disease diagnosis, so that we can do genetic credentials for couples who are interested in that assisted reproduction. So our dream is big. The future is big. Like they said, it cannot be erased because rare diseases are the history of these people and their families, previous generations and those about to come. So if you're looking at only the specific demand, you're being short-sighted. You need to look further and see where we can chime in. Just to wrap up, we participate in all public hearings in Conitec. My technical department is a real workforce for every medication that is under analysis for access. And all those managers are part of the municipal secretary's office for health. Everyone that comes to us is listened and discussed with, and that's leading to probable public and private partnerships. If the industry is interested, we can promote that partnership and let them do it. We are going to promote the possibility of having more genetic diagnosis, and that's been with us at the Secretary's office for about 25 days. And I'm starting to look at a horizon where I can see the pharmaceutical industry to call them for to address converging interests, as long as that is geared towards improving diagnosis and care for people with rare diseases.
Como eu disse, a gente gostaria que esse painel tivesse
Thank you, Dr. Camilla. We wish this panel was 5 hours long so that we could have the honor to listen to you all in depth. What we are going to do for time management is keep a chronometer, a timer running for the next people who are going to speak, so that everyone will have a chance at speaking. Dr. Evandro, considering cross and the challenges and where we're at right now, tell us about your perception regarding the challenge of having patients coming from different regions and maybe accumulating in São Paulo. Well, thank you for the invite. I'll self-describe real quick. I am 1.8 meter man. Can I say balding? I'm no beard. I'm wearing glasses, dark blue suit, and a light blue shirt. I managed Cross. You've probably heard of it and probably bad things. And because everyone says that everything that goes wrong is Cross's fault. That's something that we need to untangle a little bit, and I'll try to explain it to you in under a minute. Cross is the regulatory process complex of the State Secretary's Health Secretary's office. Today there are 350 employees there, 135 doctors, 35 nurses who promote regulation within urgency and emergency services in the entire state. We have about 2,000 requests per day for urgency and emergency. And we provide regulation for some ambulatory services or outpatient services. So transplant, oncology, access to transplant teams for bone marrow, heart, lungs, Those are situations where we regulate the outpatient unit. There are two branches within cross, and then a third one from the beginning, which is about providing the entire state of São Paulo with a computer system to regulate vacancies. So these vacancies, this system is called Ciresp now. And it started under the name of Cross as well. So when you requested something, you put it on Cross. And they thought that it was with our doctors, and our doctors were assessing. But that system allows all units within the public healthcare system in the state of São Paulo to offer up their vacancies. Those are forwarded to the regional departments of health, and they can distribute those quotas to the requesting units. So those are units that will use those vacancies. And that comprises the entire state of São Paulo. If you get an immediate spot, you can go in and schedule your appointment. Otherwise, you will go into a line. That is forwarded to the health secretary's office, and Cross is devoted to filling them in through reports, meetings, showing the needs of each region. And that's how Cross works, regulating urgency and emergency for some outpatient units and regulating the vacancy system in the full state to continuously make sure that those vacancies are taken advantage of. Now, regarding rare diseases, most of them are under one of these specialties that's available in the system, which is medical genetics. Right now, we have 12 executing units which make this specialty available. They're in a wide range of quantities. We have 17 regional departments of health, and those vacancies cover 12. 5 of them don't have any access to medical genetics vacancies. There are about 215 of them each month of these spots, and they're all taken up. And all of them are made available to some specific international disease codes, IDCs. And genetic diseases, for example, are also under those 215 spots. Now, that's small still. We don't meet every need that we have. Some healthcare units are privileged because they are the ones that receive the most patients from other regions of the state, as well as other states. I just wanted to provide you with an overview of what Cross is. Thank you for the context and for educating us. I want to invite Gabriela into the conversation because so far we've mainly heard about the public healthcare system, SUS, and how rare diseases are seen within it. Now, when you talk about supplementary health, what are the challenges? Is it further along in some contexts, or are we facing the same challenges of those who have access to the public healthcare system? Oh, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am a white woman in my 50s. I have red long hair. I am wearing a brown shirt and skirt and a light beige jacket. I've been with Casa Hunter since 2019. We have that meeting here at the WTC. So that's when we started addressing the possibility of doing work together. And now I do work within IBRAVs, which is where I work, with lines of care, compensation based on values. We're going to have a guide for compensation based on value. And within that, I take the cause of the rare along with me wherever I go. We have a demand to meet within healthcare, within supplementary health, and oncology is a high demand, autism spectrum disorder as well. And we need to specifically address the rare because even in supplementary health, we struggle to get access to a diagnosis, not because of a line, because there isn't any, but because the system does not know how to work around that. We have an issue here. We have to start with the basics, right? Starting, for example, with the heel prick test, which you have right after we're born, with a specific supplementary health outcome, where you can cover more diseases and have more early diagnosis. But the issue is that this is a private exam. Families pay for it. They do it, and they receive their diagnosis at home. What happens after that, we don't know, because families receive the results. They say, oh, we say, oh, they're going to look at the exam. They're going to see that there's something wrong, and they're going to reach out to a pediatrician. But based on recent research, we know that that's not how it works. There is a huge issue with treatment. We know the issues with mandatory coverage, but I want to add this new nuance as a new topic that can have an impact. Apparently, it's simple, but it's a lot of work to improve navigation, starting with a process that is already started. Patients are born within our network. Of course, we cannot send the heel prick test to their health insurance company and say, oh, your patient has this, this, and that. But there is a behavioral economy. I think that's another topic. We can discuss it later. But we need to work on a system where all participants, doctors, which is already a complex issue, pediatricians have a saying where if you hear hooves, think first horses and then zebras. And these rare diagnoses are often very similar to more ordinary diseases, and pediatricians who are not aware of rare diseases end up bringing their patient around the system and not providing the early diagnosis for rare diseases. So this is something I wanted to talk to you about from the perspective of this entire system of healthcare practitioners. And in Rio, we're going to be there soon to discuss the supplementary health aspects of the system. Thank you for bringing the perspective of supplementary health. We need to see that, yes, there's still a challenge to be addressed. It's not just having health insurance and a rare disease, and that's that. It's important to address that. Now, Dr. Ana Cristina, could you tell us, as a representative of ANS, I would like to ask you, how has the National Agency for Supplementary Health been addressing the issue of rare diseases in the mid and long term? I know this is a complex question. We have on average 3 minutes. We do need to stay under it. Thank you, Natalia, for your question. I am Ana Cristina, I'm a white woman with curly hair. dark eyes. I'm wearing glasses, black pants, and a brown shirt. And I have a challenge here, which is telling you about this in 3 minutes. But I will say that as well as approaching a patient considers multi-factors, it needs to consider different moments of that service. Regulation is also multi-factor, and it needs to pay attention to some points, some of which were well addressed here. They were mentioned at least, but information is of the essence. We work with information also by integrating with the public healthcare system. We have developments, not necessarily in my area, but I'm trying to provide you with a more general overview, to integrate data about supplementary health and improving internal data so that it can be a support for regulatory action. Another issue is stimuli to treatment organization. We can talk about line of care manuals, guidelines. But I think it's important to mention that because a patient that navigates the network without any guidance can get frustrated, can lose very important time in his life. He is expensive to the system, and for regulation, it's frustrating as well. So I think the key word today is cooperation, for us to be able to direct and take better advantage of the resources that we have, especially the time that these patients spend in the system. Regarding technology, I would like to repeat what someone said back a few minutes ago. We are not just paying attention to what we incorporate, but the rules that we establish and the methodological challenges, and we're seeking to internally meet these challenges for education and training, to have incorporation that will result in more effectiveness and in a more apt distribution of those resources. And under that issue, there's another line of questioning, which is consider that the transparency of this information and this process of incorporation is very important, not just because of the result of the incorporation, but also to bring treatments and diagnosis and the way we think of those technologies to the attention of the society, of our society as a whole. So with that in mind, we've been striving for better communication, more accessible communication, and more transparency in that process. All of that with a mind to trailing a better path for patients. I think I might have other things to add, but these are the main things I identified today. Thank you for that context. Round of applause, please. Thank you.
Agora a gente tem aqui também dois grandes especialistas para
Now we have two great specialists to provide the perspective of experts in the front lines, looking at, of course, our everyday work and the international scenario. I'd like to ask Dr. Duane, considering Brazil and Canada, we know Canada is of a similar size, at least in terms of rare diseases. We face similar challenges. So my question is, for your perspective over the next 3 minutes, what have we learned about the flow of patients with rare diseases in your country that you could share with us so that we could adopt here in Brazil? What are some do's and don'ts in that sense?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I'm actually speaking to you from Canada because we could not actually get into Sao Paulo in time to be there in person, but appreciate it very much. So I'm speaking to you remotely here. Been a great opportunity to listen to what you're saying, but let me just get right to the heart of it, given the time as you're talking about. I mean, Canada and Brazil are not actually the same size. The number of people that you have in Sao Paulo is exactly the number of people that we have probably in all of Canada. But geographically, we are quite diverse in the same way as Brazil is. And one of the most important things I would like to say is picking up on what your experts there have already talked about, is that rare diseases, of course, is not monolithic. Rare diseases is not a single disease, and yes, many of them are genetic, but increasingly we recognize that the challenge of getting diagnosis also is for not just children, but for diseases that are later onset, that are not genetic diseases, even some that are genetic, though, that do not manifest until adulthood. But for all cases, as you're saying, the most important thing is to be able to do as early a diagnosis as possible in order to get people access to some form of intervention. I think you are talking about what we're also talking about, and that is I will focus on the investment in technology. What we're also doing here is doing better use of AI so that we can have algorithms that would allow us to provide them even to frontline physicians so that they can have better opportunities to recognize, as someone says, what is the difference between a horse and a zebra when they present. There are many features that you would be able to see if you had the right algorithm. If you looked up and saw stripes, you know right away, this is not a horse. So what we're trying to do is bring those stripes front and center to those frontline physicians and pediatricians who see the rare disease patients first, who do not necessarily have a diagnosis, so they can refer them. As you've said here, having good reference centers, though, is essential. And that is, if you're going to refer, you have to have somebody to refer them to. And that is, of course, essential. So I think this is very important for us to be able to make sure that we're having patients and families sent to appropriate centers. I think beyond what you're saying here is the same thing, and that is the flow of patients into specialist centers. Across Canada, we have provinces that are set up as separate systems, but in each one there are, in fact, major pediatric hospitals that serve as rare disease centers. We also have networks of specialists that are based on the disease groupings themselves. Some of what you said, I think, is very important for us as well, and that is diagnosis, that integration of rare disease patients into much more common disease settings. The ability to be able to treat patients with rare conditions in cardiovascular centers, in cancer centers, in GI centers, nephrology centers, because many of these patients will have some of the same needs. At the same time, we're finding, what I want to say is, given the short time, is that our ability to actually diagnose, provide specialized treatments, specialized care to rare disease patients is having a major benefit to patients with more common conditions that have very targeted conditions. So you think about it in terms of cancer, we've known all along. Getting a precise diagnosis for a genomic variation in cancer allows you to get them to much better targeted treatments. The same in cardiovascular disease, the same in nephrology, the same in neurological conditions now. So what we're finding is the ability to think about not just rare diseases as a separate category, but that rare diseases are found everywhere. And the ability then to do that precise diagnosis and get them to targeted therapies is in fact a major benefit that we're getting from our ability to diagnose and treat rare disease patients. Let me just finish with one comment, and that is a year and a half, almost 2 years ago, the federal government here in Canada allocated $1.5 billion for funding drugs for rare diseases. And not just to be funding them for specifically just for rare, but fund infrastructure development, fund better screening and diagnosis, fund better ability to monitor patients who are on therapy to ensure that we're getting the benefits from the therapy. This for us is very, very important because I think, as one of your other previous experts talked about, having the ability to treat a disease really gives us a great opportunity to go out and find those patients who may have those conditions and get them into treatment. And the earlier we can do that, the more likely it is that we'll get them when they're in an earlier stage of the disease, have less disabilities, benefit more from the diseases, and give us then the best return on that investment. For us, the most important thing that we want to be able to do is demonstrate that being able to treat patients effectively, allowing us to diagnose them though earlier, will give us the biggest return on investment. It is a huge investment that the government's making, but for us, it's not just that we want a one-time investment. We want to make sure there's an ongoing investment in rare diseases, as we say, they're increasingly including many populations of common diseases. But to do that, we have to demonstrate that by investing, and we do call it an investment. It's not a fund, it's not a grant, it's an investment in terms of healthcare. By investing these monies, we're going to get better returns for the patients, we're going to get better social returns for society, we're going to get better economic returns because we're making better use of our healthcare dollars. Hope that we have the opportunity in the future to work much more closely between Canada and Brazil, because some of the innovations you're making there are much of the same that we're doing here, but we can also learn a great deal from you. So thank you.
Muito obrigada por trazer as suas considerações, doutora.
Thank you for your considerations, Doctor. It is so interesting to hear what's being done in Canada and what we can learn and bring to Brazil. But knowing that we're on the right path already, according to Dr. Doenc, is great to hear. Now, finally, Doctor, you're the last one to bring us your perspective. You are going to wrap up where we are right now, considering the rare disease scenario, how we compare and what we can bring from abroad to apply here in Brazil. I have a German example, for example, in my script, but I want to hear from you in Casa dos Raros to understand how that can promote transformation, considering the focused treatment with specialists. Under 3 minutes, please. Okay, I want to thank you for the invite. Thank Tony, my partner, the initiatives of everyone in Casa Hunter, and congratulate you on this 10th edition. I am a white man with white hair and beard. I'm wearing glasses. I'm wearing a light shirt and a checkered jacket. And at Casa dos Raros, although we have seen experiences from different places, it was born out of our experience in working with rare diseases for many, many decades and identifying the main bottlenecks in patients' trajectories. When we design the Casa Hunter project, we design an innovative way of treating patients with rare diseases or suspected of rare diseases. And it starts with very strong social work to understand the journey of the patient. It's crucial to shorten the way towards a diagnosis for those who are still searching for a diagnosis. So we start with social service. We understand the journey of the patient, their family history, services that they've been to, exams that they've taken. And then we move on to a geneticist doctor, which is the closest person, the closest to a specialist in rare diseases that we have. 80% of rare diseases are genetic, so that is an interesting focus for a doctor to have. And that's a person who articulates a multi-professional team, which is something else that's very important. That's one of the bottlenecks that we have. Patients are seen by a geneticist, and then they need to go to a neurologist, and then they have to wait. Then a cardiologist wait again. If we have a multi-professional team articulated to see patients preferably simultaneously, that shortens the journey. So the multi-professional team, the geneticist, and the availability of exams. Rapid access to exams that can provide us with a diagnosis. And then I'd like to repeat what Nathan said. It's crucial to have more genetic exams from the public healthcare system. And then, well, but Casa dos Raros is a philanthropic institution. We provide free service, we raise funds from the general society, but maybe that's not the public healthcare system society. But half of our patients come from the regulation in the public healthcare system, and they go through the same journey with the same results. We have an agreement with the public healthcare system in Rio Grande do Sul, and we have just approved an average 82-day journey from first visit to diagnosis. I'm not saying that Casa dos Raros is necessarily an example to be followed, but it is an experience that has elements that can be replicated. We are providing a reference service for rare diseases. We will probably get to that moment at the end of the year, and then we can reach the inside of the system to offer this experience through some aspects that can be replicated, and of course that tends to have positive repercussion. What I'm saying is this is a model that works. It can be expanded and replicated, possibly in a more global service for rare patients in Brazil.
Cronômetro na tela. Eu queria agradecer demais.
Okay, I have a timer on screen. I want to thank each and every one of you. If we could watch and rewatch this debate, what each of you have leads to important reflection. I think the scenario for rare diseases in Brazil is not simple. It's not solved. There is a long way to go. But there are so many very competent people working to make that happen. So a lot of people working backstage, and we've seen clear signals of how that's been working. I hope someday we'll have a few more hours to discuss. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you, Natalia, other members of the panel. Thank you for your participation, for bringing these important insights. Please come to the forefront so we can take our picture.
Temos, Denilson. Arrasou. Uma salva de palmas.
Do we have it? Wonderful round of applause for the second panel. Thank you so much for the high-level discussion. At the heart of this encounter, there are so many insights for our work in the future, and there is still a long way to go. Are you all ready for panel 3? We are going to discuss innovative treatments that promote an impact in quality of life and possible paths for incorporation into the public healthcare system. I would like to invite Tony back on stage. A round of applause once again. I'd like to invite Fernanda on stage, but if I do, she might punch me. So just a tiny hello. And then we still have Alexandra Hilber, CEO of Rare Diseases International, RDI. A round of applause, please. Antonio Carlos, the assessor for the Vice Presidency of Production of Innovation in Health for the Advanced Therapy Program of Fiocruz. Catherine Moura, CEO of Abrali and Abrasta. I don't see anyone coming on stage. Where is everyone? There we have it. João Batista da Silva Jr., blood tissue, cells, organs, and advanced therapies management of Anvisa. Lênio Alvarenga, the medical director of Novartis Brasil. Michelle França, medical director of Roche. Salmo Raskin, the main member of the Brazilian Society of Medical and Genomic Genetics. Mr. Tiago Moraes, General Coordinator of Health, Biotechnological, and Agrarian Sciences of the Science, Technology, and Innovation Ministry. And Mr. Wilson Foyador, President of the Brazilian chapter of ISPOR.
Temos todos aqui já?
Do we have everyone?
Alô? Já estamos todos aqui?
Are we all here?
Então tá bom. Bom,
Wonderful.
Gente, a 10ª edição do Cenário das Doenças Raras chega à sua
The
terceira e
10th
última mesa de
edition
discussão. Eu tenho a
of
honra de conduzir esse evento.
the
Na verdade,
scenario
a Camila
of rare
Sacchetti,
diseases in
que é
Brazil
colaboradora da Fiocruz,
has come to its
presidente da
last
Fundação
roundtable.
Adolfo de Paiva,
Actually,
seria
Camila Sacchetti
responsável por
would
essa
be
condução,
in
mas por
charge
motivos de
of
saúde em família,
mediating
ela
this
teve
table, but she had
aliás, nós mandamos
health
ele
problems in her
votos
family,
de pronta
so she
melhora,
had to be
e a gente espera
absent.
que você possa estar com a gente muito em
Camila,
breve.
hopefully
Bom,
your
caros amigos, temos 90 minutos para essa
family
mesa.
will be
Para refletir a
better and
chegada de
healthy soon.
tratamentos inovadores que proporcionam impacto
So
na
today we are
qualidade
going
de
to
vida
reflect on
dos pacientes e, ao mesmo
innovative
tempo,
treatments that impact the quality of life of patients, and at the same time reflect and represent a challenge to public and private healthcare systems. The idea here is to discuss how we can build a dialogue between the state and the private sector. Tony, to start this discussion, I wanted to hear from you about a critical topic that's unfortunately addressed wrongly often. When we talk about new technologies in health, they're seen as expenses and not investments. How do you feel about this topic? It's very tricky to talk about that. When we talk about medication treatment, we're talking about 4 to 5% of diseases that can be addressed that way out of a total rare diseases that exist right now. We have about 9,000 rare diseases, 7,000 of them are of genetic origin. Approved treatments in Anvisa for rare diseases are about 121, and abroad there is another 50. So we cannot exceed 4 to 5% of the total of rare diseases. Why am I talking about this large total? I'm talking about 13 to 14 million people who suffer from rare diseases in our countries. If we look at their journeys, they cannot get early diagnosis. Usually it takes 5 years and 4 months to get it. They cannot access the appropriate treatment. They treat the consequence but not the cause of the disease. If you add all of that up, you will see that the system today wastes billions. Now, in parallel, if we have an efficient system, you can save many billions and have a lot of extra money to pay for innovative therapies. Now, about innovative therapies, is it expensive? Of course, because right now we're talking about new and recent technology, like when we had gene sequencing. Remember, it used to be 18 to 20,000 reais. Now it's about 3,000. In a few years, it's going to be 200 reais. So everything that's new that comes out is also expensive, but rare diseases themselves are expensive because it takes you 10 years to get to a patient. And then some diseases have under 50 patients nationwide. Some diseases have 6 patients. The number of patients is very low, so return on investment requires these therapies to be put in the market at very high prices. But here we have Fiocruz. He can speak a lot better of work that we've done. We're going to have 6 programs. You're going to have a tech transfer between Fiocruz and Germa Group. Brazil is going to produce vectors for advanced therapies for the cheapest price in the world. That is how you make a private and public partnership the basis of our public healthcare system. It can work not just for these 6 programs, it can work for thousands. That's a model that can work for other countries as well. And there's another point, which is AI. When we talk about technologies to produce a single molecule in a lab, before we reach the preclinical phase, the animal phase, any industry or research center would take about 4 years to have the molecule in lab before testing it. With AI, that will become about half an hour. Maybe not even that. So imagine the number of new molecules we can have in the next 10 years and how much cheaper that's going to be. Because when you talk about a reduction from 4 years to half an hour, that makes advanced therapies so much cheaper and new molecules and treatments as well. So I see that we cannot close the door. On the contrary, now is the time to look at rare diseases and new technologies as investments to transform medicine as a whole. And it is transformative already. The bottleneck of this technology, this transformation, was the investment in investigation on rare genetics, which has led to advanced therapies in oncology and even ordinary medicine or common disease like diabetes. You're going to have gene therapy for that. So there will be, and there is already gene therapy. So a government that looks at rare diseases as expenses, I'm not going to look at that. I'm going to close the door. I'll make an agreement with the Supreme Court to increase the criteria to block access. That's not going to work. Unfortunately, you're going to have serious problems in the future, and we're not going to have the innovative therapies that we want to bring into our country. So today, our work is to convince the public sector to invest more in these lines of treatments and advanced therapies and gene sequencing in innovative models for early diagnosis, because that's the way. That's the way to transform not just the system of rare diseases, but the general healthcare system.
The whole ecosystem, right, Tony? As a director of a company who has experienced this in Brazil, what are the lessons learned that you can share with us? Let's think about the most important ones. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone who was in this at this stage today, that people that make this a reality, and the impact of our willingness to make it happen, to create something that had never been created in Brazil. And we needed to create the technology in Brazil? And the answer to your question, I think, is dialogue. Once you come to the conclusion that the risk agreement is shared, how can we make a technology feasible? What we have to bring to the table, patient associations and so on and so forth, because maybe we have the premise of a transformation that we can see in our clinical realm in transporting to a shared risk agreement. And think about something that's being grouped. When you're talking about an individual performance, it's very important to have everybody at the table. Once we have the diagnosis of something that will be available in the country, everything needs to be at the table. How we interpret data, how they can be used in this agreement, more than getting ready for a perfect meeting, may have a less perfect meeting, but more frequent meetings. And one more lesson that you can give us. Okay, we are coming out of time, but you must be sure that you are working with the same data premise. Maybe we will have a perspective of our data, the pivotal studies and real-world studies, and the agency or the government have a different perspective. So we must be clear, be made clear how each one see the data, and be sure that we understand the tables just like they are, and so we can have a transparency on what we've been watching, and to understand why it's difficult to the other to accept your difficulty in access. And the more transparent you are, the easier or the earlier you're going to get there. Do you think it's difficult to bring to the contest the rare disease because it's not that well known to the main public, to the main to the whole of the population? So I think, yes, I think everybody who works with rare disease, you go through this need and to remember that methodological resources that you have may not apply there, and we can have a different approach. And I'm happy to see that people will be able to assess that. It's different from Anvisa, because Anvisa will assess a more prevalent disease. It's different when you get something else ready. We are getting mature in terms of system and industries and all of our stakeholders. We have to remember that here we have to change the way we see things. Now, you are at the front of the Brazilian Export chapter, an organization dedicated to go deeper in the topic of economy and health. What are the specific challenges for Brazil? To say that in 3 minutes is really crazy. I have a technique. It's difficult to have this sort of analysis in Brazil because we lack data. Rare disease all over the world, they are poor in terms of information. Some disease have 100 patients all over the world, so it's really hard to bring together all this information. And you said before, The system is not connected to have this data centricity. So, and without data, it's like driving blindly, driving at night with no light, and you're trying to get somewhere, but you have no reference for that. And that's that's a difficult difficulty that you have. I mean, you can have a philosophical, strategic one, and that is exactly what we've heard before. We have stakeholders that are pulling the cord to the opposite side. If you don't have a consensus about what we want to offer to our population, what you want to reach in terms of results, if you want to bring a treatment, what do we need to bring together as an effort and resources? People say, okay, the product is expensive, but you don't stop to think, okay, how much do we need to treat our population? What do we need to reach a good result in terms of health? We are providing drugs, insulin. Of course, diabetes is not controlled in Brazil, but we provide the insulin. It doesn't matter if you have the supply. If you the health system cannot control the results, and that's one of the greatest challenges that we face. We offer some services, some health services that are pretty good. What are the results that we are having? Okay, I don't know. This place or that place, I say I can save 1 person, 2%, but it's pulverized. We cannot compare to anything. It's not systematic. With this, we are not getting really, you're going to say, okay, you were guilty because you did this, you did that, and the treatment. But what is the strategy? Is there a strategy to help Brazil to solve this problem? We're talking about rare disease. The industry needs a scale to be able to have a certain weight. We don't know if it's going to be sold or not. You don't know if this product is going to have a market or not. You're going to try to price it in a way that is going to reward you from what you, all the research, everything that you did together. In a pharmaceutical company, it can, the cost, if you follow this logic, it can cost millions and millions of dollars. And the idea is to try to provide more security to the pharmaceutical company so they can price their products at a reasonable price and foster research. Research today are really difficult. The regulatory system trying to protect the patient, it creates barriers that are really strong. And the barriers that are created, you lose a product, its cost, you're going to go through a next product, not only the regulatory barrier, we have an access barrier. It takes 10, 15 years to have a feasible molecule. When you put it to the market, the weight is very high and the product is not approved. So, and that becomes circle, and you go back to the price of the previous product, we don't see a trend. It's only becoming more difficult. Now, Antonio Carlos, facing all these questions, can you identify the specific position for Fiocruz? How and where the foundation can incorporate new health technologies? Just to start, I'd like to thank Casa Hunter for the invitation. Fiocruz CEO sees this initiative as follow-up to Tony's initiative. He was the first one to introduce us to James Wilson at the University of Pennsylvania, and Fiocruz signed a contract to transfer technology. And we do believe that Fiocruz has a program of advanced therapy, and within this program, there are several approaches, among them transferring technologies to more urgent situations to the Brazilian national health system, like hematologic cancers with CAR T cells and a scenario of rare disease. Following this partnership, treatment of 6 rare diseases that I'm gonna name now: GM1 gangliosidosis, clay B, metachromatic dystrophy, spinal atrophy 1, 2, 3, and the bulbar 1. And within these 6 programs, this partnership that is a public-private partnership, but the difference is that we have a multinational company, an American company. Our idea is to start producing the viral vectors for these therapies and develop the clinical trials to then submit the registration to Anvisa in the country. And the idea I mentioned before, from a perspective of a possible global interaction, is within Fiocruz landscape. Of course, it's going to depend on the production costs, how Fiocruz can develop the product, but GemaBio considers the possibility of using the viral vectors produced in the country globally, as we've said before, because the number of patients globally would justify that, concentrated it in a single place. So I believe, and our expectation is to be able to produce at maximum cost of 20% of the international price, American price, which is the highest in the world, even though all the technologies were developed in the US first and paid by the American people through the NIH. Unfortunately, the American people are paying the highest costs for this technology. But our idea is that at a 20% cost of the American price, we will be able to bring down this cost for the Brazilian health system. And we've done some studies, actually GemaBio did, and shows a return on investment of around 55 times for the next 13 years. And in the case of CAR T, I'm running out of time, the decrease would be like tenfold from the international price. And we do believe that we'll be able to bring some savings to the Brazilian national health system per year and treating patients with lymphoma and leukemias. at a third stage of treatment. That's great. Thank you so much, Michele. You've heard the experience from a pharma company in Brazil, and it is a company that also has a global presence. Do you believe that the incorporation of new technologies in health in Brazil is as far as it is as in other countries? First of all, thank you for the question. It's an honor to participate with this panel in this 10th edition, to be able to collaborate in a constructive dialogue and collaborative dialogue. When you're talking about a future scenario of more access to innovation for people with rare disease, we cannot forget that that starts with a higher investment in research. Brazil has 2% share in research, and we know that if had you not had barriers, we could double our participation. Recently, we've published the new clinical research law in Brazil, allowing multinational, national, global companies to really have a more participation in research in Brazil. That will be the entry point to expedite innovations for these diseases or any other that we have in this country. But that's just the beginning. When you think about the effective access, you have to think of the Brazilian process of incorporating it to the Brazilian national health system. And we have a very specific and unique characteristic with the ambition of our health system. Brazil is committed in its constitution to provide universal health. And what is the responsibility that we have, regardless of your work? Every patient, every family with a rare condition, every new discovery, the science means a possibility, means a way to change the natural history of a patient. Usually those conditions are progressive, debilitating, and chronic. And that brings us the urgency and the seriousness to treat all these needs in a very technical way and provide them the effective availability. But that brings us a lot of challenges and opportunities. So Brazil can become a global reference and how to deal with these situations. We've heard a solution when there is already an agreement with the government. So to be able to learn from a previous process helps us to go faster, to move faster. We know that the drug is just a stage of this process. We need to look at the product line because the drug acts at a certain point of the whole process chain, but you need to identify the risk of each patient. We need to have different approach for each one of these patients who have different risk profiles. And that's only with a technical analysis that allow us to make the best choices in health, considering not only the clinical aspect and budget, but the social impact that these new technologies can bring to the patient, to the family, to the society, and to the health system. As an innovative company, we have been looking at new ways to innovate. We can allow patients to have more time between doses, for example, to be able to be cared at a less complexity, at a site with less complexity. And that makes sense. My invitation here is that we should all be open to dialogue. It's crucial. Learn from previous experiences and bring to the table, from a technical point of view, the commitment to have a health system that is equitative, especially for rare disease, and bring in the new technologies. Of course, huge challenge ahead of us, but we have people committed and able to bring solutions that will make sense to patients with rare disease. But in your point of view, is it possible to build a consensus? I do think so. If you look, we have references in other government programs, other conditions, and the first time that we dealt with them, those were challenging conditions, and it's not easy, but it's possible. And you need to keep talking, you need to have this transparent dialogue and bring the perspectives and different perspectives to the table. Only when we are able to have this conversation, we can actually advance. I have João next to me. I can bring our individual experience into different process of discussion with Anvisa, with CEMED, where we managed to expedite the process. But of course, we had honest and sincere conversation with the idea of bringing transparent data with a focus on efficacy and safety for our patients. So I do think it's possible as a society to progress and advance. No? We have 3 professionals that deal on a daily basis with this topic, but from a different perspective. Catherine, with a double hat of the president of Patient Association and a medical professor. So what are the great mistakes in the process of incorporation? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm laughing. I know that I saw you smirking. I mean, 6 minutes to enter a not complicated question. I want to do my self-description. That's very important. I've noticed I'm very good at that, but I'm a brown woman with brown hair and eyes. Sometimes my hair changes colors. I'm tall. Today I'm wearing green. I usually wear red to honor the cause and life. So it's a pleasure to be here, Tony. Again, it's an honor to bring my voice and the community I represent to this cause. I can tell you about figures and mistakes in the process of incorporation. It goes through elements that you know and maybe you have an opinion about, but those aspects can have to do with the procedure, administrative, the dynamics, the composition of the commissions that participate in this debate, methodologies per se, and transparency. But to me, the mistakes are also important because they are opportunities for improvement. And we talk about them a lot. This is the 10th edition, and we have other events where we debate in details our mistakes and our opportunities for improvement, but we don't manage to advance much. Maybe we are not discussing the most important thing, and I want to bring that to the table. In the round tables that we had in the morning, we had the debate about access and care. Between access and care, we have availability. Availability is key because none of us here, or those at home, no patient with rare disease or any other condition wants to fight for access. We don't want to take our issue to judicialization. We don't want to go through this journey to access health resources. So in the middle of the intention and access and the care provided, we have availability. That means existence and accessibility of health resources necessary for each person in their treatment. Just to try to bring some hot topics, I want to keep thinking about the mistakes. And I think this is the most important part when we incorporate a new technology. And they navigate in the lack of collaboration, lack of cooperation in reaching our goals. It's impossible. It's unbelievable that we have countries like ours or serious countries with a consolidated process to incorporate technologies in the health system that we still had is decoupled from reality. The incorporation process needs to be linked and and meeting the health needs of our population. Public health priorities and innovation to an adjustment of therapeutic of new therapies when it's decoupled from reality. We are already in a big mistake, in the situation of mistake. So it cannot be a process that is disconnected. Incorporation is just one step. We have registration, we have approval, we have pricing, we have incorporation. We should have availability, everything from a systemic point of view, coordinated, so we can guarantee a sustainable delivery to those who need them. To reach all that, we need to work with three crucial elements: social responsibility, technical competence, and public commitment. We need these three components ready to be able to offer the population any therapy, mainstream therapies or innovative ones, doesn't matter. So those are mistakes that, for me, are from a lack of coordination, a lack of cooperation and articulation, and a systemic view of the whole. If you can think, what are the effective difference between incorporation process when you look at therapies in different countries compared to Brazil? We know that we have challenges everywhere, not only here, but what makes a difference in terms of effectiveness, I think, is the systemic view, the understanding that it cannot be a single process disconnected from the executive, and it must bring to the surface an immediate effect. It must have an immediate effect. It's going to have an immediate effect in budget. Immediate effects and late effects of the process of incorporation must be taken into account so we can have a more efficient process to deliver value to our patients. That's why we are here, to deliver value to our patients. Thank you, Catherine. Dr. Salmon, one of the main contributions of the academia will be to have systematic reviews and meta-analysis of real-world evidences. How is Brazil following this process? First of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation to be here. I understand that I'm representing somehow the academia. Today, as a coincidence, I'm the scientific director of two important societies. One is the Brazilian Society of Medical Genetics. Patients with rare disease, they usually have genetic disease. And I'm the director of the genetics department of Brazilian Pediatrics Association. 75% of rare disease patients start their process when they are children. So for the past few years, I've been receiving different demands from different segments of the society. And I think as a doctor, as a researcher, I think that science must be a level to be able to see what is safe, what is efficient, because cost effectiveness is not for the medical science, but what is safe and what is efficient should be dictated by science, or the medical science. I've been working for 32 years with people with rare disease, so I know that the metrics that are used by science to assess a medication, a drug, or a treatment for rare disease cannot be the same for frequent disease. We all know nothing is new here. I'm just going to say that I share your pain. The idea is how to find this middle ground in a fair and equitable and also safe way, because I see patients, some of them are here, some of their parents are here, they have a disease for 10 years, their disease is progressive, it's getting worse and worse, and they wake up every day to think, when am I going to have a treatment for my disease? And the treatment arrives, and my question is it safe and efficient to this person. Sometimes yes, and sometimes no, as we have seen lately. So we have a lot of responsibility in the academia to try to come up with an answer in a very difficult situation. We are doctors who see people with rare disease, and we want everybody to have access to treatment. Brazil is a country that cannot offer in an equalitarian way therapies that are not innovative. We all know that. I keep remembering the story of the neonatal screening program that was expanded to screen up to 50 diseases. Many states in Brazil cannot offer this screening test for 6 diseases. Are we going to wait every state to offer for 6 diseases and then expand to 50, or expand to 50 and forget those who cannot offer to 6? I think that's the same idea. It's very difficult. We cannot wait in a country like Brazil. If we wait, we are all going to die. We are all going to die and nothing's going to happen. On the other hand, we cannot ignore the fact that health management cannot supply a formula for a rare disease, a formula that's incorporated in all process. It's been authorized in the list of treatment. Every country in the world will have problems to deploy a new innovative technology. Brazil is not the richest country in the world, and it's a country full of social differences. So it's a huge challenge, very complex, and requires goodwill and science. Recently, representing the Brazilian Society of Medical Genetics, to have an expert from the Supreme Court who shouldn't get involved in this topic, but those topics with the judicialization, they will reach the Supreme Court. And of course, we need a complete seminar to talk about that. But we have a difficult task to be experts for the Supreme Court to say whether such medication is appropriate for one patient or not. So a medication or a drug could be appropriate for one single patient, but it may not be appropriate to distribute in the public health in Brazil. This can also happen. So it's difficult, it's not easy, but I think that despite the late restrictions that we've seen, I do believe that there are still opportunities through science and the academic to interfere in these decisions. The Brazilian Society of Mucodescidose, one of the rare diseases, submitted an appeal to change this, and the Genetic Society provided the scientific foundations for all that. If it's gonna go through or not, but yes, the Brazilian Society of Medical Genetics has been questioned as well, because before it wasn't like that. So those who follow all that for the past 3 decades, like me, I can see a huge progress. We have representatives from Anvisa, from Conitec, from people who are older. Remember when Anvisa would take a century to register a drug, and before the industry didn't want to submit it to the Conitec because they knew that they wouldn't register the product. That has already changed, and Conitec, I'm not trying to defend Conitec, but I don't want to attack it either. Conitec doesn't require today randomized scientific research for rare disease, but the Supreme Court requires that. So we need to correct a couple of things as well, and the medical society should play a role. That's Jean-Baptiste Santiago. in your work front, how Anvisa and the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation has been trying to systematize the incorporation of new technologies in health. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm really happy to be here on behalf of Anvisa. Thank you so much, Tony, for participating in this event. Self-description, I'm a white man, dark hair, dark eyes. I'm wearing a gray suit, white shirt, and a brown, dark brown shoes, and a red tie. We are in the red month, so we are trying to foster and bring awareness to blood donation. And I'm going to take the advantage that I'm talking about blood transfusion, chemotherapy, blood. That's where I came from. I started working at Anvisa with blood therapists. It saves lives. If you donate 1 pint of blood, you save 4 people, but only if the blood is safe and it's a quality blood. Otherwise, it can transmit disease and not save lives. And also, technologies, medication, technology to health, food, and so on and so forth. All these technologies, innovative technologies, they need to be safe, they need to be quality technologies, and they need to play their roles. So I'm talking about exactly this. Anvisa, as any other regulatory agency in the world, has a crucial role to guarantee that the technology has been assessed and this technology is safe and it has quality. If a company develops a new headache drug, I don't know, you go to the drugstore and you buy a certain medication. I'm not going to say the makers cannot say the name. Anvisa will receive this product, assess whether if it's efficient, if it's safe, and if we're going to register now. Who is going to decide whether this drug is going to be part of the list of accepted or approved drugs for the Brazilian health system? It's going to be Conitec. They are going to assess, they're going to see all the technologies, they're going to assess what they are going to incorporate at the Brazilian health system. When you talk about rare disease, remember, Tony, in 2018, we were discussing one of the first products that we assessed for a clinical trial in Brazil. That's when I met Tony. And from then on, we got deeper into this rare disease field because we started working advanced therapy. And it's 100% rare or very easy to do, like oncology, that you have no other way. We have refractarian or relapsing. So if when you assess a drug for like a genetic therapy or cell therapy, you need to check the therapeutical context, and it's very complex. As our colleague said, it needs to be science-based, science that is adapted to this sort of data. When you develop a product, you do several tests, several trials with animals, with human beings. You keep testing and testing until you have a lot of data to say, okay, this is safe. And it must be used the way it's been developed. We have a problem in Brazil, and that's for all sorts of medication, that's indiscriminate use out of specification. And this is a practice well disseminated in this country. When you talk about an innovative product, genetic therapy, cellular therapy, this need to be, we need to fight this indiscriminate use of the medication. Advanced therapy should be used according to what it's made for. If it says that you need to test before using the drug, you must test, because otherwise the patient might die. We have benefits, otherwise it's not going to be approved, but there are risks involved. So this forum is pretty interesting because we need to bring awareness that innovation is a challenge to the industry. They need to invest billions to develop a product that doesn't have any benchmark, any comparison. Sometimes the industry must develop the methodology, and they cannot compare to anyone else. It's something different than a product that we already know. So hard for the industry, hard for the regulatory agency when they have to approve treatment. And those who are incorporated this morning, I was really freaking out because it seemed like the impression that I had that everything was a disaster. I heard people saying that, something that I've heard. It's a huge failure of policies. We have to take a look at our background, our history, and the history of rare disease, how we have progressed in this country. We have specific policies. We have a Ministry of Health with all the difficulties that they have, trying to do something. And we cannot forget our history. History is crucial. In Brazil, we forget our past. We have problems, all right. And we need to advance, we need to move over. But I think that's very important to bear in mind. But just to end, our regulatory agents need to advance. We need to talk about problems and solutions. I love solutions. We still have many problems in our regulatory agency. We don't have many people, but we are trying our best to solve these issues fast. One of the issues with rare disease is that we need to bring the scientific rigor fast. That is a challenge, but we need that. So we need to advance fast to approve all drugs and treatments. When you say the product has been approved by Anvisa, it must be known as safe and efficiency. It's a regulatory reliability. We must have this, we must trust that with this approval, the product is reliable and safe. There's some other issues that we have some specific legislation to work with.
Da pesquisa. Então, a gente tem feito algumas modelagens chamada aconselhamento regulatório, né, que é estar próximo do pesquisador desde o início do desenvolvimento. Eu acho que isso também ajuda, né? Acho que acabou meu tempo. E, enfim, mas é muito importante esse fórum para a gente estar aqui e nos conscientizar de que a política do Brasil ela está avançando por causa desse tipo de fórum, né? Por causa de pacientes e de associação de pacientes que se mobilizam. E a gente tem que ter esperança de que as coisas vão dar certo, que a gente vai conseguir alcançar as melhorias, né? Então, acho que para isso é importante desse fórum e que a gente saia daqui animado. Como agora eu vi nas últimas mesas, soluções acontecendo, perspectivas positivas também aparecendo, e isso é muito importante.
Muitíssimo obrigada. E só fazendo um parênteses, eu acho que essa visão um pouco mais pessimista que o senhor trouxe não é pessimismo em si, é que falta muito para se ver o resultado chegando na ponta.
There's still a lot for us to see the outcome. So we feel that things are like are not progressing, but it's important to see all these efforts, but we still need to get to the end, which is the patient. So good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to participate in this event. It's an honor to represent the Ministry of Health and Technology in such a qualified discussion. I'm a 42-year-old man. I have brown beard and hair. I'm wearing blues.
O primeiro ponto que eu gostaria de trazer para a discussão é da importância da participação na elaboração da Política Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia. No ano passado, o Ministério realizou a 5ª Conferência Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia, onde foram colhidas contribuições de vários entes da sociedade, seja sociedade civil, sociedade científica. E a partir dessa Conferência Nacional, o Ministério vai trabalhar na atualização da Política Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia, que é a nossa Estratégia Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia. Então, esse ano vai ocorrer a atualização dessa Estratégia Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia, que vai apontar ali as áreas prioritárias para fomento de pesquisa nos próximos 5, 6 anos do país. Então, é importante ter a participação de todos. Às vezes, essa contribuição ela fica muito restrita ao ambiente acadêmico, mas é importante que essa contribuição extrapole, né, e atinja a sociedade como um todo, a associação de pacientes, médicos que estão lá na ponta, que fazem o trabalho na ponta. Então, é importante que todos participem dessa discussão para que temas importantes, como a gente está discutindo hoje, doenças raras, estejam refletidos na Estratégia Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia e, a partir daí, a gente tenha um caminho consolidado para aumentar o investimento de pesquisa nessa área. Então, fica aí o convite. O Ministério já encaminhou convites para sociedades científicas, SBPC, ABC vão representar as sociedades científicas nessa discussão. Tem representação de associações de pós-graduação, representantes da indústria, então é importante que toda essa contribuição seja colhida e esteja refletida na Política Nacional de Ciência e Tecnologia, porque a partir daí a gente tem uma base sólida para buscar investimento e aumentar o fomento à pesquisa em doenças raras. O outro aspecto que eu já mencionei é a questão do fomento, né? A gente passou por um longo período aí de contingenciamento do FNDCT, que é a principal fonte de financiamento da ciência e tecnologia do país. Então, em 2021, foi aprovada uma lei que torna o fundo incontingenciável, e a partir de 2022 ele vem num crescente de descontingenciamento de arrecadação. Então, agora a gente tem um caminho mais consolidado para fomento à pesquisa no país.
We have a path directed at foment in Brazil, in the country. All types of research, all areas,
incluindo a pesquisa em saúde e doenças raras.
Including
então aí a gente tem agora
health research. So we have now
foi descontingenciado.
A fund that lost its contingency and has an increased degree of investment in technology, and the fact that it is a non-contingental fund has seized those famous chicken flights, which you had a bid for tenders and then you had a recession in foment indications. And we currently have 3 fronts, the science and technology, research front, and then one for companies. And this is my invitation for the companies to join these lines of funding so that we can accomplish research phase 1, phase 2 studies, which can be a process for innovative solutions. And since the goal of MCTI is to increase phase 1 and 2 trials in Brazil so that we can leverage our domestic knowledge and bring everything that was created in academia into product building, we currently are inviting companies to seek these funds for ICTs and for companies to increase innovation in our country. As examples,
específico para fomento à pesquisa em doenças raras, tanto para tecnologias para diagnóstico quanto para tecnologias para tratamento. Inicialmente esse edital
that it goes for technology for treatment and for research. It was activated in 2023 with over 30 million reais. It's over 65 million now. And with that, the state of São Paulo built a very solid structure for encouragement to research and technology in Brazil. And over the past few years, we were able to leverage about 160,000 reais for investment in rare disease research. This research is being funded with MTCT, and considering technological development, we have sought to bring basic research and regulators into contact. That happened during the pandemic when we had some locks for financing research in line with the Anvisa requirements. That is, the funds would only be released once researchers could get Anvisa's approval for their research, and that way we could get researchers to interact with Anvisa. It's not something trivial for people doing research. When you talk about a pharmaceutical company, they are used to addressing Anvisa regulators. Researchers on their own don't have that kind of support. So we started discussing with Anvisa how they're going to provide that support. And that avoids that when researchers seek Anvisa for approval of their trials, they have to go back to a few stages and redo them. And this is not about shortening the process, but optimizing it, the translation of knowledge for a product. I think this is one of the great challenges we have in the country, turning academic research into products and solutions. In rare disease research, this is even more of a challenge. So this interaction between different entities, different agencies of research, of Anvisa and regulatory agencies is crucial for us. Thank you.
Alexandra, now it's your turn.
Alexandra, we have kept you at the end of this block of questions for a very special reason. Last month, we have followed the 78th General Assembly of the World Health Organization, and I'd like to know what are the next steps to implement the document that was approved, and what are the RDI's expectations for that?
I will describe myself. I'm tall, very blonde, blue eyes, white skin. Today I wear a very orange suit with a light pink top and red shoes. So in ADI, Rare Disease International, indeed I presented this morning that we've done a lot of work to have a resolution at the World Health Assembly in May, with all the support of our member, including Casa Hunter and Tony, which is actually now a council member of ADI. And this resolution really is going to provide a unique opportunity because it will enable the reality of countries such as Brazil, but also region, to inform what should be in the global action plan on rare disease that the resolution has commanded WHO to develop. Before that, I just would like to recall that last year I was here and we were just calling for a resolution at the World Health Assembly. And I remember I spoke with some of the people here saying, I said Brazil could really be one of the countries that could initiate or even support this process. And I heard, yes, but you know, in Brazil we have so many issues that we need first to sort it out ourselves, and then we'll see if we can play a role at global level. And I have to say that it has been the opposite, because Brazil, at one point, decided to really take the lead, really step in, supporting the lead countries such as Egypt, Spain, and many others, at a very important moment where the EU, European Union, and Canada, and other countries were questioning the feasibility of having a global action plan on rare diseases because of funding, etc. And Brazil, China, India stepped in. I just wanted to say that often barriers and difficulties should not stop really policy momentum or country to take such a lead. If Brazil took the lead, it means they committed. So what's going to happen next, very quickly, to develop that global action plan, we will have to have consultation led by the World Health Organization. And in those consultations, there will be also consultation at regional level with the World Health Organization regional offices. And every region and every stakeholders, civil society, private sector, will have the opportunity to contribute to the elaboration of the Global Action Plan. And to make the link with what we were talking just now about health technology assessment, then it's an opportunity to inform, like, what are the different challenges in the different regions about health technology assessment, for example. But what have we learned as well? We saw since more than 20 years a huge progress in the rare disease field. We also increase our knowledge, and increasing knowledge made the community now today able to come with some solution tailored to some realities, regional realities, country reality, but at least there are solutions that we can scale up. So this will be the next step. It will be, we'll have to basically come with some challenges still that we have. I'm not saying everything is fine, but we have challenges, but we have also some knowledge, and we have solutions that we would like to scale up. And that Global Action Plan will be adopted by the World Health Assembly again in 2 years, or 3, depending how they're going to develop it. And then after, it will have to be implemented at country level. I agree, it's a long journey. I often have feedback saying, yes, but patient and family cannot wait those policy change. But on the other hand, we need those policy change. So, thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. Bom, vamos lá. Encerramos o nosso primeiro bloco aqui de perguntas.
We have wrapped up our first block of questions. For the second, we would like to propose a critical analysis of what is devised as trends when we discuss new technologies. Let's take a look at the big screen, because it's going to show 5 crucial points or topics about technology in health. First, real-world evidences. The growing use of electronic registration in health and AI-based analysis, then customized medicine, challenges in assessment of directed therapies, then digital technology in health, apps, wearables, and AI diagnosis, and global harmonizations, which are alignment efforts in methodologies of ATS amongst countries. So based on each of your areas of work, I would like a discussion in duos or trios with a right to response. So first, Antônio Carlos and João Batista, how much do you agree with the first trend? And what is Brazil lacking before it stands out in this topic? I can start. I think Nathan has also spoke of the importance of a digitalization secretary's office led by Dr. Estela Haddad. And this is proof of this trend, I think, of really using electronic records, the health records, for all public healthcare users. And I think that this is going to allow us, once we have a robust database that's harmonized, which is one of the greatest challenges that Estela is facing, that will allow us to truly explore these language models for artificial intelligence so that we can extract relevant information from these records and accelerate even long-distance diagnosis and informatics networks. I think that's going to have a huge impact in the healthcare system in our country. These real-world evidences. We were discussing earlier that in order to approve an advanced therapy product, you need to be aware of these real-world evidences, because controlled evidence from clinical trial are controlled, obviously. So there is a limited application of them. In Brazil, we usually have a conditional assessment on the premise that the company or government or organized civil society is going to produce information so that we can continue to assess whether in the real world those results remain. So a lot of the products that we have registered, and companies know that, have been used alongside real-world data from these patients that have been using them. So now I think it's up to us to think from a strategic standpoint how we can do that in Brazil, using AI networks, electronic records, organized medical societies, to have increasingly more information to see how a specific piece of technology behaves in the real world. So that's crucial. It's the most modern thing in the regulation world, and it's used even to approve well-known medication. And I'm talking about prevalent diseases and populations. I didn't self-describe, so I'm a 187 man, gray hair, gray suit, blue shirt and white tie, white and blue tie. So for those of you with the privilege of being in this room, and I know that's not everyone, we have the privilege of taking Brazil to where it needs to be a global reference in real-world evidence. I think we have an analysis that was recently done with patients with hemoglobin, parasitic hemoglobin. So if we cannot make Brazil a reference in this, we've all failed. I think it's really important for every one of us to reflect in our microcosmos of influence how we can get there, because it's not just about our health system. It's about showing the world what that means, because we have a genetically diverse population, and it's each of our responsibilities, not just the ministries, to bring that to the world. And if we don't, we cannot get the treatment that we and our families deserve. And one more thing I'd like to say, one of the things we need to solve here is the issue of having access somehow to patient history, because the system right now is assembled for an event to be an event. It doesn't matter if it's an event that I underwent and Tony did and all of us did. If I am hospitalized because of a specific type of disease, I come back 3 days later, that's a new event, and no one can know whether it's the same patient that was hospitalized again. And that's so harmful. We cannot run longitudinal analysis on patients because of data protection. We need to be able to do that without harming patients' identities or privacy. And more than that, we need to be able to do that without harming the people in front. I want the people sitting in front of the patient to have time for them, so that they don't need to place it twice in the system, that they need only to log that information into the clinical system. We need to save their time so that they have time for patients. And we have a lot of intelligence and technology around that. All of it needs to be captured, and we need fields where we can do it in an optimized way and longitudinally. And we have the AI to do it. And often I see discussions that want to transfer the responsibility of collecting information twice or taking away from their time with patients. Without meaning to disappoint anyone, I think it's like people who buy a Ferrari but uses alcohol so they don't have to pay for gasoline. This is an ideal world. We are not there yet because we don't have a structure to provide data to the AI and provide the high quality data that we need to provide. Dr. João said something really important. I always repeat that. And Visa does its part to have a fast track for rare diseases. So they approve medication provisorily. But in parallel, Conitec doesn't. So we have a serious access problem in our country. If the regulating agency in our country has a fast track based on criteria that Conitec won't accept, it's no good. And Conitec is requiring outcomes that can only be proven in phase 3. Having fast track on one side and not on the other makes it so that the cycle doesn't close. And that's why we cannot avoid without restructuring the full ecosystem and a national plan to face rare diseases, to get to the ideal world, which is Nelson Teich's ideal world as well, where the executive has true intelligence, true intelligence, and for that to be included in our public healthcare system. I think it's about everyone speaking the same language, right? We can walk together when that happens. To assess the second tendency, I would like to invite Michelle and Dr. Catherine to discuss what's pointed out here as a tendency and what we're lacking before we get there. Go ahead. I'll start with a few points. No, it's just, this is so easy. We have so much to do yet. Before we are a reference in this trend. So is it a trend? Yes, that's true. But this is a future that started already. This is not the future ahead of us that we're not going to see because, as our colleague said, we're not going to be here in this plan. This is a future that's begun. It's maybe a small reality of specific places, but there's no way back. I speak on behalf of the community I represent, which is oncohematology and rare hematological diseases, non-cancers. So I'm within a community that has high expectations for personalized medicine to become a reality and be accessible. Now, the challenges to get there, countless. It's not just that it's expensive. It's not just that there is a gap between the assessment methodologies and the innovative therapies that they assess, but also a gap regarding data, a data gap that we need to close before we know the full scenario to implement what we need to implement to run personalized medicine. There's yet another challenge which is related to variability. Individual variability. So there is that. We are discussing therapies that are individualized, they are personalized because they are one-to-one. And then we have a
tem uma resposta e vai apresentar resultado diante de uma terapia direcionada. Agora, se vale a pena? Não tenho dúvida.
Now, is it worth it? Absolutely, no question. And clinical trials are going to show that more and more, and we are going to have the technical competence to challenge what needs to be challenged and get to those results. But how do we communicate this possibility? So this reality within a scenario that makes perfect sense with rare diseases and cancers, blood cancer specifically, for example, for which we have a growing number of patients without therapeutic opportunities, without any other hope along the way. Exhausted patients that have been treated multiple times. And then you're not escaping this discussion. Michelle, I'm going to hand you the floor right away. But an outcome that's relevant for patients. We're in health and we usually focus on the cure. We run clinical trials thinking of cures. We want to hear about cures in congresses. There are other outcomes in healthcare that are relevant to patients. They need quality of life to perform their daily activities without so much sacrifice. Maybe the hope of living with a disease in remission, an extended quality of life, and they are personalized in a scenario where we have personalized medicine. I think Brazil does have great opportunities. We have developed very interesting discussions here. I just came back from an European Congress of Hematology, where in addition to this discussion that's really in trend right now, there has been an advanced discussion on the advancement of these therapies and also combinations of advanced therapies. This is a scenario that we cannot escape. We need to learn to analyze it further and for it to be a moment that we can offer as an opportunity to patients. What else, Michelle? I think you really address it very well, which is how does our system adapt to these new reality of different profiles, different risk profiles, different needs. But something I want to highlight so that I am not redundant is that we need patient visibility in order to have personalized medicine. We need to know the realities. We need to have access to diagnostic tests. So the variability in patient profiles and diagnostic tests are crucial, and we need to overcome that barrier to have a better fund allocation and provide the right treatment at the right time, which is the basis of personalized medicine. Well, the good news is there are several international groups as well as national groups, some of which I'm part of, and it's my honor to do so, that gather researchers and specialists that discuss precisely that. How can we develop assessment methodologies that can account for this challenge, meet this challenge, so that we can include the healthcare system when we run these analyses and make our recommendations? And this is really important, not just for effectiveness and safety, but also the sustainability of the system. Tony, would you like to add anything? No, I'm good. To discuss digital technologies in health, I want Dr. Tiago and Dr. Salmo to speak. I think the previous discussions and this panel as well have made it evident how important digital technology is for healthcare, and not just for diagnostics, but for treatment as well. AI is opening a new path, and when you associate that with personalized medicine and genomics, we are before a revolution in diagnostic treatment for rare diseases, for cancers, for several different diseases. But that poses a different challenge. we can't accelerate research and development so much because eventually that's going to get to Anvisa, and Anvisa is going to need new tools to assess and analyze these processes. So you have to look at the system, the healthcare system as a whole, not just therapies and diagnostic technologies, but every step of the chain, research and analysis, clinical development, regulation, etc., etc. As a government, we need to look at the development of new technologies in every step of the way. So here, I'd like to mention the Brazilian AI plan. It was published last week. A new version of it was published last week. We have a guide for research in that sector that shows that we're preparing for that. It's not enough, of course, we need to go a lot further, but there is an initiative there looking at this system as a whole in every layer of society, because it's, I keep imagining Anvisa, which is strangled at the moment with very few employees and a high demand. Other people have talked about the acceleration of the development of new therapies and new diagnostics. I keep thinking what kind of help we can supply to Anvisa to go through the analysis process as well. I would just add that these apps and wearables and AI diagnostics are present with rare diseases. I have an AI app that I use every day. You can photograph a patient's face and it will tell you what kinds of genetic abnormalities that patient may have. And that's good for a longitudinal analysis, to have a wearable, for example, where they can run their own tests in countryside Piauí, and someone in a more central space could analyze whether they've improved or not under a certain treatment regime. But it needs to be used. Brazil is an enormous country, and this is where we need digital technology the most, where it's not easy to get everywhere. And you have an aspect in which Brazil is a pioneer. We're the most advanced country in the world in banking, digital banking. We're one of the few countries in the world that have an electronic voting system. The entire world is trying to learn from us how that's done. So it's a matter of interest to direct this knowledge that does exist in Brazil to rare disease care. And billions of reais would be saved in that process. And geneticists, which are not many, are enough for Brazil. If you have a telegenetics network, every state could have 10 geneticists taking care of it at a distance. So you just need to want to do it. Thank you. And now the fourth item, Alexandra and Foyador, we have saved this discussion for you to align ATS technologies amongst countries. I would like to know whether you agree that this is actually a trend and what Brazil can do to take the lead in that sense. Alessandra.
I would like just to start by saying that harmonization doesn't mean one size fits all, but it means more shared principles, aligned methodology, and mutual learning. And indeed, I think this is happening. One of the speakers mentioned that there are some initiatives at international level already on health technology assessment. Absolutely, there was a conference, I think, last week, where even AirCal members were participating and many other rare disease organizations. What we need now is to make sure that that knowledge is shared. We need some platform, which is either international or regional, and I'll come back on the regional, that show that the learning is here and we can again find solution and scale up those solutions. This is again to make the link with what's happening at the WHO level with the Global Action Plan, what we're going to be able to do. I can imagine easily, and this would be the demand of the civil society, to ask, for example, a working group or a task force on health technology assessment and real-world data, for example. I think this will have to be there. And as I said, there are a lot of knowledge and a lot of expertise, so it's about coming together, put it on the table, and agree on a framework. And this is what that Global Action Plan is going to enable. On the regional, I can see a role for Brazil, absolutely. I'm not aware about any regional initiative similar to the EU one, for example, on HTA, but it could be something that should be there. Learning from the country in the region to not duplicate, so this could be a next step. And I would like also to mention, someone said again that Brazil has the potential in other sectors, for example, so why not here as well? Brazil could really lead on this in regional and really bridging the global standard and local realities. This is probably something that is very much important because, again, not one size fits all. I think we all agree on that. So I stop here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Falador?
Bom, só para começar, eu queria fazer uma primeira introdução.
Well, just to start, I want to briefly introduce, bring everyone to the same page, because things need to be set apart. I'm not sure that everyone understands what we mean by ATS or Anvisa or Conitec. Any healthcare technology at first must be analyzed in regards to its effectiveness and safety in comparison to doing nothing or using placebo. That's Anvisa's job. And they are going to assess whether that technology earns a place in the public healthcare system. If it's not safe or effective, Anvisa will not approve the product for our healthcare system. In Brazil, we have a pricing phase, but a technology for anyone to access needs to be effective and safe. There's another step, which is what's called ATS, which is to understand whether the healthcare system, public and private, can take on that technology. Until then, if it's approved by Anvisa, I can get to a pharmacy, a store, and buy it. It's approved. If the doctor prescribes it, there may be some restrictions, but it's approved to use. In order for healthcare systems to pay for it, then you have ATS. ATS is a comparative analysis between what's being offered currently for a specific disease and the new solution that I'm trying to introduce that should lead to some improvement. And people are going to say, oh, but Anvisa's approved it. Fine, but the comparison that Anvisa makes is a comparison with nothing or a placebo. Or maybe it's much older technology. It's not, it doesn't mean that that one is better than the current technology offered by the public and private healthcare systems. Conitec and the ANS are going to compare that technology with the one that the public healthcare system offers. If for pump disease, they're currently not offering anything, there is a new technology. That's not the case. They do have solutions for pump disease. So the first thing ANS is going to look at is it Anvisa approved? Yeah, good. Next step. In comparison to the public healthcare system's current solution, is this for their benefit. Yeah, and then you have the economics. It doesn't have to just be more effective. If the advantage, the clinical advantage, is not sufficient to justify the cost. It's like when you're buying a shirt, a car, or trousers. You're analyzing cost and effectiveness. Now, comparing ATS between countries, and in Brazil, we're considering a single agency, not ANS and Conitec. What's the problem with that? First of all, the evidence theoretically is the same for everyone. If I have medication for pump disease here, and then I have new medication for Pompe's disease there, one agency in the US is not going to say that they have different evidence from the one that's available to the British agency or the Brazilian agency. Why is that a problem for us? The technology that's being used as a base for comparison in countries is not necessarily the same. I've done work in that sense, and in several situations you come across that. Because of the rule that we currently have in the public healthcare system, I have to compare the new technology with the current one in the public healthcare system. And then you have the economic problem. The public healthcare system doesn't necessarily have the money to cover the technology that's maybe the global standard. I am comparing it like a Beetle to a, I'm not going to say a Ferrari, maybe a new SUV. So I'm comparing a Beetle to an SUV. Of course, the difference between the Beetle and the SUV is incredible. But if I'm comparing an SUV to an SUV, the difference is not so great. And then I can say, oh, this SUV that I'm comparing with the new one is more cost effective than the previous one. And that's a problem with comparing country to country. I'm sorry I'm still using the car example. You're going to say SUV is not healthcare, but I'm just trying to make it understandable. If you have an SUV that's sold in Brazil, the US, England, France, Spain, and Africa, and you compare with the other SUV that's sold in the same countries, the comparison between the two cannot be different. If they're made the same, you cannot say that the evidence for this new SUV, I don't know, maybe here you're going to say, oh, the quality of this one is not the same as the one they're comparing it to in the US. You can't. It's the same thing. What plays into the occasion is when I'm using criteria between different locations, different systems, and I'm trying to say that I can run the same economic analysis, and then you have scientific evidence analysis. You cannot have different evidence when you're doing that comparison. And the comparisons that I do, and I do it constantly, when I'm using a standard, I'll use, for example, the public healthcare system. I am comparing my technology to the one they offer in Brazil. But the technology that they offer in São Paulo is not the same that they offer in a small city in Amazonas. And all of that is a hurdle towards that harmonization between countries and between technologies. If we're going to harmonize, we need to raise the bar for the people who are below or lower the bar for the people on top. And you can't do that. Catherine, go ahead. 30 seconds. No, I'm going to be grounded. No, I just want to share as a final consideration a sort of disquiet. I think the word that's being repeated most often today is complexity. It's true. The healthcare system is incredibly complex, but that's inherent to the sector. If you work in health, you know well enough that this is a complex sector, whatever you are addressing. And the most complex is making sure that we have equity and access for a population that's this diverse. But that's all of our problems, all of us sitting in these different chairs. It's not the patient's problem. So I want us all to leave here with the most effort and commitment to do the things that the healthcare system requires. That does not eliminate the advances that we've seen, but we cannot transfer the onus of the complexities of the system to patients. After that, I think I have nothing to add. Unfortunately, it's a very broad discussion in a very short time that we have. But I think this is enough to plant a seed in everyone's mind. All y'all don't leave. We still have an event to go. Let's go take our picture.
Sensacional essa mesa 3, assim como as outras.
Wonderful panel. Wonderful panels, all of them. Once again, thank you to all of the participants. We all have a lot to reflect on and to act on, which is most important. Like I said before, the event's not over. I still have some activities that will involve all of you directly, so I will ask for your participation and your help. All of you here and all of you watching online. I'd like to ask the people on stage to come down. Tony?
Tony, por favor, eu gostaria de pedir para que todos descessem
Tony,
do palco agora minutinho, porque
please climb off stage really quickly because we are going to have a very special guest do a presentation now. So please all get off stage so we can open the room to another wonderful presentation. Dani Guedes, an actress and activist and a patient of a rare disease, is the founder of Teatro Raro, a civil society organization dedicated to bring art and inclusion to people with disabilities and rare diseases. Her journey is marked by an unwavering passion for theater arts. And she integrates her health condition in her work and in her life. She makes those special conditions into an engine for her art and activism. And like that, she brings to light invisible suffering and possibility.
Aqui tudo certo. Avisa para entrar, gente. Posso entrar? Entra. Segura. Pode entrar.
De hospital a hospital, de médico a médico.
From hospital to hospital, doctor to doctor, exam to exam, zero certainty, empty.
Até o silêncio é escuro.
Even the silence is dark.
O dia diagnóstico, porém,
The diagnostic, however, even before the huge future, there was one certainty, a sea of questions breaking, and finally the sun coming out. Everything is new. The struggle for rights, for access, for the right to access, for existing. A time of hope, of building, of discovering, of partnerships woven in pain and joy. In pure light of equals. We move on with our daily future raised by so many arms and sealed in hope that remains. Our future cannot be erased.
Muitíssimo obrigada, Dani. Que
Thank you, Dani. Incredible text. And this is how we record this beautiful cloud of friends, our partners in our journey. Our thank you to the institutions that left their states, their homes, to be with us celebrating the rare. Patient associations from many different states in Brazil, many different countries, research institutes, medical institutes, universities, university students who are future healthcare professionals who felt touched by our cause and are here. Our great thank you to you all. We are grateful for your presence, but even more so for your engagement. Thank you. So we have this round of applause for all of you. And so we reach the end of one more edition of the scenario, the 10th, which we will definitely not forget. I want to invite you all to check out the best moments of our day.
Foi lindo, né, gente?
This
Muitíssimo
is
obrigada.
beautiful, right? Thank you so much for being here. As always, I want to invite all of you who have seen and followed our event in our YouTube channel, and to all of you who have followed us remotely, thank you, and we expect you on the 8th of December for the Rare People Prize.
Estão aqui com a gente, só um minuto.